Liquid, Kurum, X first and second place to kick things off. All right, let's see if anyone can beat this.
Much front line with this set. He's going to kill off both players here. Take the first in the first game for DQA. What an impressive start to the day. Sox versus Replay. Who gets the edge?
No way! Malphite goes to the back line, but Sox has split his back line, and these aren't the important units. It's not the Yuumi, it's not the Urgot. Sox is buying everything. It's a discount. Get in there. It doesn't matter. We need bodies on the board. Stats. A valiant effort indeed by Mismatch Sox.
So now it's just the Soraka. Here comes the big cast as soon as the CC ends. There goes the board. Here comes the burst. Double MF firing through the entire board, wiping it all away. Wasian gonna deal a big chunk to Malala. He's down to 1.
Either one of them would represent NA well at the championships.
Here come the cast. Edge of Night procs. Oxforce procs.
No.
It's all down. Wasian, Iverson taking the first. He is going insane in this tournament. It feels like this has gotta be Basso's way, though. That Leona 2 has to outclass the set. We just see it burning away the legendaries. And Basso's skills gonna grab a first place in game 1. We said it sets the tone, and Basso setting the tone high.
Half-second reprieve might be the difference maker, but Wasian Iverson Zed is now starting to scale, killing everything, and Wasian Iverson survives. But so does Basso skills. No one is dying. Everyone hanging on by a thread. I don't want to hear it ever from anybody that says that one unit does not make a difference.
He's going up against Basso skills, and Basso skills is full clumped and ready for Zed action.
A big power grenade stops the Undertow from coming out immediately, and now the Aces are focusing on the Zed with no edge of knife for the cleanse. But the big Undertow is able to get the stall, and now Misfortune turns around, not even get the bull time. Both the Samira and the Misfortune is down. Wasian Iverson is doing the impossible and bringing this game back from the depths of the abyss. Can he do it one more time?
Zed is into the back line, working its way. Zed is lifestealing as much as it can. Is it going to be enough? It's not enough. It's a Fiddlesticks 2 with full damage.
One more cast.
Zoe DPS.
Oh! No! 4 tournaments in a row, this guy has been in contention, and he's able to crown it off with a first appearance at a World Championship stage. Congratulations, Wasian Iverson.
All I know is that this set I'm planning on trying really hard. Now that I got my regional spot, I'm planning on making it to Worlds once again. Be the only person from North America to ever make it 3 times, and hopefully by then, people will start rating me higher.
Just having talked to Sox a lot, I just think he's like better than a lot of the other top players. I would like to see him represent at Worlds, and I know he really wants to win as well.
I've given my life to this game for the last 4.5 years. My goal since competitive TFT has existed has been to win the World Championship. But I'm not satisfied. Like, I won't be satisfied until I win a World Championship, and the first step is getting there, and hopefully I can make that happen this set.
We got a little bit of a glimpse from our players and the road they took to get here. Welcome everybody to the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. We are here with a 3-day spectacular featuring 24 of North America's finest TFT players. I'm your desk host Necra, and I'm joined by Admirable and Frodan to kick it off for the broadcast this weekend. Gentlemen, how excited are you for the weekend ahead? Admirable,
this is the biggest tournament that we have for NA. This is it. It's the regional championships. We're finding more players who are going to the set championships at this point, and this is possibly, I think, the most stacked that we have seen a regionals take place in the region.
I mean, this is exactly what everyone's been working for the past 6 months. Ever since Set 8 launched in December last year, everyone's already focused on can I get an opportunity to play at the Global Championship? And so $35,000 on the line, that's great. You know, the fact that it's 24 of the most competitive players we've ever seen in North America, that's all great. They want a spot in champs, baby. And that's what it's all about this weekend. Forget everything else. The eye is on the prize. One player already have qualified in Wasian Iverson. Who's going to be joining him after Sunday?
You are absolutely right. It's all about those championship spots that are on the line here as we look at our format for this 3-day event. We're just here in day number 1, where we've started with 24 of North America's finest, and we're going to have to cut the competition down going into days 2 and 3. But it's going to be 6 games today to decide that, where we will reseed the lobbies after every 2 games. But it's day number 3, Dan, you highlighted it. We've got 2 players that will be qualifying for the Monsters Attack Championship based on their finish from day number 3. But there's also a spot on the line for average placement. Dan, what do you think about that?
I think it's really good. You know, as much as it's awesome to see the culmination of like a bunch of scores and then taking the top cutoff and advancing to the championship, rewarding who has the best day 1, day 2, and day 3 in its totality, I think is incentivizing the right thing. So we will also be sending who has the best average placement across all those days. I'm really happy about it, and usually that ends up resulting in some interesting side narratives in the final couple of games, because some players can't make it mathematically to the top 2, but they did so well in day number 1 and 2, and there's usually 1 or 2 rivals in that mix. So I'm a big fan of this form of qualification, and I'm glad that it's made its return.
Yeah, it keeps everybody just on their A game as well, heading into the final games of the day. But the remaining top 2 will qualify for the Last Chance Qualifier in the Western region as well. So even if they don't make it through from this particular weekend, there still might be a chance for them down the line. But we have $35,000 in prizing on top of the spots that we have for the Monsters Attack Championship. You've got to make it through to tomorrow, though, in order to grab a piece of that prize pool. But it's all about the players this weekend, so let's take a look at how our lobbies break down for our very first 2 games of the day. And Admirable, just taking a look across the board, what's your first impression of which lobby is the hardest for these players?
I feel like almost any way you slice this, it's going to be really tough. But I have to have my eye on lobby B and on lobby C, and then split it somewhere in between there. You know, the fact that we have Dish Soap and Setsuko in 2 different lobbies, that's already a big difference. The fact that we have a lot of the new guard that's making their step sliced across the boards, that's going to be a big difference. The fact that we have some of those players who've consistently been there throughout it, that's slicing it across the board. So my eye kind of instinctively moves towards at that point towards lobby C. I see Dish Soap in here, I see DQA in here, I see Kyvix in here, and I see Ripple Overdrive in here. We're having highlights from all of the categories I just mentioned really stack up here. And consistency, as Dan has spelled it out, consistency is going to be key this weekend, because there's lots of different ways to find yourself in one of those titles at a set championship here. So when I have to think about it, consistency is where I'm going to line up for the players that I'm going to consider in the strongest lobbies.
When you have the mix of those approaches to the game as well, I feel like that does make the game even more interesting. But I want to touch on something else really quickly. And Dan, that's the fact that we do have maybe a lack of names people might be familiar with looking across the sets. So who are some of the players that you feel like people would be familiar with looking at the list of 24 players we have competing this weekend?
The number 1 player that you have to look at in terms of consistency is Kuramax. This guy has been here since the very beginning of set 1. I think Broccoli technically qualifies, but he wasn't really at that upper echelon the way he is currently back then in set 1. Kuramax has been a top elite North American performer since set 1, and he's here with us in set 8, and that alone adds to his legacy in the form of the people who are not here. You might look at that regionals list, and if you're just kind of tuning into regionals only or mid-set, you might be saying, where's K3 Soju, where's Milk, where's Prestivan, who came in from set 5, where's Bertosaurus, where's Pokygum, where's all these other players that I'm just so used to seeing? They are either not playing the set or they didn't qualify. It's really about out with the old, in with the new, except for one person who stands alone from set 1, it's Kuramax. A couple of other players, of course, have joined us in set 2, Mismatch Socks. Set 3 was about the rise of Robin songs. But slowly but surely, you're seeing new talent rise to the top in North America, culminating in Wajan Iverson's victory. He has to be one of the players that people keep an eye on, because he represents the emerging talent of why North America is, not maybe, is the strongest region in teamfight tactics.
Oh, we're putting a strong case forward for the Monsters Attack Championships, that's for sure. No matter how you look at the 24 players that are competing this weekend that do have a chance to make it forward. But that's a great segue, because that leads me to our next segment, and we're going to ask you for your predictions on who you think are going to win, and also a couple of other categories. So the way this is going to work, we've got 3 categories on the board for you two, and we also have our second caster pair that will be joining us to fill in the blanks. But our categories are first, not 8th, Dark Horse, and your bias. That's right, I'm asking the heavy-hitting questions here. So very first one, Admirable, who do you have to win the whole thing? First, not 8th.
There's a lot of strong players to choose from in this one, but to me, it's just obvious. You pick the strongest player. I'm going with Dish Soap in this one. I think that he absolutely fits this set perfectly, where it's a ton of knowledge you need to have. You need to know how to execute that knowledge, and you need to keep, I'd say, a relatively level head throughout it. The consistency is going to be a big part of that, and this is a player who has consistently found themselves at the top spots of it, almost no matter how you slice the categories apart. I'm going with Dish Soap. For me, it feels easy.
Okay. You gonna back this one up here, Dan? You got Dish Soap as well, or do you have someone else that you think is gonna win the whole thing?
It's funny that he picked Dish Soap because I also have been keeping an eye on another player that many people have drawn attention to. I'm going with the 5'2" Polish powerhouse, Setsuko. That's right. It's been a person that's been trading with Dish Soap all set long. And I think Setsuko is a player that people somehow still keep sleeping on. I'm not entirely sure how that's possible entirely. But Setsuko is a player that is the most dangerous player when he is in peak form. And the best part is, Setsuko yesterday in his stream title said that he is lost, he does not know what to do, and that he needs help. You know what that means? He's in peak form.
That's exactly what it means.
I love that. It's kind of like making sure that you're a little bit of like I'm trying to look for the right word for this. It's not the assassin that I'm looking for. It's kind of like the person that's able to come out of the shadows and just make sure that they've got a little bit of that mystery behind them. And I think it makes a lot of sense, not only for Dish Soap just being just such a strong player in this particular set, but then you've got Setsuko that's also at the top of the qualifier points coming in for this NA regional final. So I feel like a lot of consistency there to back both of them up. So that leads me to kind of the next category is, okay, maybe there's some clear favorites coming into the NA regional finals, but let's talk about somebody that might not be on the radar, a dark horse, if you will. So Dan, who do you think is somebody else that people should keep an eye on that might not be at the top of the power rankings right now?
I mean, my dark horse would have been Setsuko as well, but I need to stop memeing here. This is the intro. It was a serious time. It's regionals weekend. Let's be serious here. My dark horse is Replay. This person has had a really impressive Set 8 tournament performance, and I think we're starting to get to the point in TFT where we can start to delineate people who perform well in tournaments and are able to back it up with ladder, as opposed to people who have a fluky tournament and then they're not entirely sure about their consistent performances. Replay has been nothing but consistent, constantly doing well on ladder, doing well in tournaments, and as well also crushing it in in-houses as well. The scrims all throughout the week, whenever I'm looking, Replay is doing very well, and he also has his own take on the metagame, which I think might surprise some people this weekend. Not to mention that if I don't say Replay, I'm pretty sure Gangly is going to be up in my DMs again, flaming me. Why? I am not picking Replay, so I'm just going to go ahead and send it so that way Gangly can stop harassing me. Thank you.
I love it. I think that's as good as reason as any to put Replay as one of your dark horse contenders. What about you, Admirable? Who do you have as your dark horse?
I'm gonna have to kick up the flare a little bit here. If Dan's gonna have this kind of energy the whole time,
Oh.
I have to match this. I can't just let it go. And to me, it's clear who sits out in this category, and not just, you know, it's clear who sits out in this category. It's the player, clear, who sits out in this category. To me, I feel like this is the enigma of TFT, where if you can pick a player who has probably one of the most volatile entries into a tournament and you have absolutely no idea what they're going to do, it's clear. This is a guy who consistently goes all firsts or all eights. It's not like a scatter of those categories. He's either got one of the worst reads imaginable, or he's just found something that truly stands out from the rest of the field, and it's difficult to match it. He exercises his confidence extremely well, but he also does it very poorly and overestimates himself at times. I have no idea where it's at coming into this tournament. This is why I feel like I have to keep an eye on him, is because it's either pure gold or it's just a rock.
I guess it depends on what you're going to get from your underground cash out, that's for sure. I feel like Clear's one of those players, though, I feel like everybody has talked about throughout the course of the set, but you're right, maybe this is going to be the time where, especially with the average placement spot on the line, Clear's going to step it up a little bit. So I love that. We've got our clear first place players, maybe some dark horses, but time to show off your personal bias. I'm asking you to put it all out there. Who is your favorite player for any reason? Admirable, let's start with you.
Now, I know a lot of people try to not show their personal bias on it. I just try to put an asterisk next to it so that you know when I'm actually doing so. So it's not hard for me to do this. I think it's quite easy, in fact. For me, it's Kyvix. This is a player that you don't get to see a lot unless you're seeing him on a stream somewhere else. But when Kyvix has the read, It is unbelievable how creative this player can get, and I feel like this is one of the sets where he truly has a chance to show that off. There's just so much that you can do that you have to be able to develop that mindset. Kyvix, it feels like it's second nature to him. Even when the meta has this absolutely clearly defined prospect to it, he still finds a way to be creative and wins in spite of that. This is a player I feel like I'm never not going to root for when it really comes down to the thick of things, because that's ultimately what TFT is about. It's about being creative in the moment. It's about finding avenues that other people aren't finding and then taking advantage of that. Easy Kyvix, in my opinion.
I think you have another person on this talent lineup that would agree with you there, Admirable, about Kyvix being a personal favorite. But Dan, this must be a hard question for you to answer, because you know everybody in the TFT scene. So kind of where do you stand? Who's your personal favorite? I'm asking you to break some friendships here.
Okay, Admirable, your beard is very small today. That's my attempt to not make friends.
Yeah, you're not very good at that, are you?
Sure, we all have our strengths and weaknesses. My personal favorite bias right now, I just want to see the prophecy come true. And so back in set 6, there was a young player who was kind of on the rise. His name was Dish Soap. I think many people have heard of him. I remember linking so many of his profile and games to Bryce, who's not here with us as he's celebrating his dad's 76th birthday. So hope that he's having a great trip. But Bryce is like, yeah, all right, we'll see you, man. I don't know. The set 6 was all about like the new, like Spicy Appies was on the come up. ASO was on the come up. Everyone's talking about these set 6. I was like, you guys have to be paying attention. This guy did something. There's something about him, man. There's something about the way that he's playing the game, the way he's like stacking his argument, the way he's organizing his thoughts is just so clean. And ever since then, when he's been slowly but surely putting up to the rise, and now it almost feels like insulting to rank him lower than rank 2. I think it puts him to a point where I think it's time for him to be able to get that regionals win under his belt so he can enter that conversation with Milk, who's made it to multiple world championships, with Mishmash Socks, who's made it to multiple championships, to Robin and Kurum, who have won a regionals, with Kyvix, who also put his stamp in history. I think it's time for Dish Soap to also do that as well. So I would love it to just see a year ago from young Frodan predicting that Dish Soap would be the next great wave in North America. I want to see that all come true. It's time, baby. It's regionals weekend.
It is regionals weekend, and I love that we got a chance to hear from both of you, your predictions on who you feel like is going to win the tournament, and also just some players that you're rooting for. Admiral and Frodan, thank you so much for your time and your insight. We're going to hear from both of you later on today, and we've got to introduce our next caster pair. So let's see Casanova and Crowan. Welcome to the regional finals. How you both doing?
Doing fantastic. I mean, Crowan and I started casting TFT together in set 1. I got to host the last regional, but now I get to cast one with Crowan. I'm so stoked to be here. I can't wait.
Oh yeah, same. We've reached regionals once again. Couldn't be happier than doing it with Cass. Getting to tell the stories of these players as they look towards the Monsters Attack Championship. What a time to be here.
I cannot wait. I think all 4 of you are going to be bringing the hype this weekend as you take us through our games that we have for the NA Regional Finals. But I asked Admirable and I asked Dan their own predictions for this weekend, so I gotta ask both of you as well. So we've got 3 categories. First one up is first, not 8th. Casanova, who do you have winning the entire thing?
Well, there are 2 clear frontrunners in this event, right? Setsuko and Dish Soap. I saw, Gangly had pointed out that nobody had been as dominant as these 2 since Robin in set 5. We remember who won regionals in set 5. It was Robin's song. So, I may be undervaluing the study groups a little bit because I am picking the one of the 2 that doesn't really have a study group right now. That's Setsuko. But I've seen him convert so many spots into top 2, top 1 finishes. It's been truly special to watch him in set 8, and to win a regionals, getting first is such an important skill to be able to secure the highest possible placement. And no one has done that better in set 8 than Setsuko has. So I'm on the Setsuko train with Frodan here.
Okay, so we've got 2 Setsuko, 1 Dish Soap. Crowan, are you going to round it out, or you got Setsuko as well, or somebody else?
I got us rounded out. I mean, obviously the conversations between those two, Dish Soap and Setsuko, and on paper, Setsuko does have slightly better stats overall over the course of set 8, but I think maybe the study group difference is going to be there for Dish Soap. Has a lot of great practice partners, while Setsuko is planning on prepping with Sojin Precedent, and if we're thinking about, you know, them from set 7, that sounds like a great idea, but it's not. It's set 8, and where are they? They are not here. Setsuko is going to be carrying the torch for them, but that means maybe he's not going to be as prepared as he would otherwise. So Dish Soap, I think, has everything to utilize to work with here and get the first place overall in the event.
I think all four of you make some really strong arguments for Setsuko or Dish Soap taking the entire thing, so I can't wait to see how both of those players perform. But we also have a lot of other incredible players in this 24-player lineup, and so that's why I'm going to ask you both about a dark horse, someone else you feel like is maybe not a part of the conversation as much as they should be. And so, Crowan, who is that dark horse for you?
I think the dark horse for me has to be Wasian Iverson. I think making a very, very big case for rookie of the set, has already qualified for the Monsters Tag Championship, so is coming into this event fairly low pressure, not zero pressure, but significantly less than the rest of the field. And yes, that didn't quite work out for AMD back in set 7 regionals, but I do have a lot of faith with Wasian. Looking at his performance, looking at his play specifically from this set, I think is gonna really surprise us here at the regionals.
I think he surprised a lot of people just how dominant of a performance he ended up having in order to even secure a spot at the Monsters Attack Championship to begin with. So excited to see how he's going to do this weekend. But Casanova, what about you? Who you got as your dark horse?
I mean, I talk about this player all the time, so it shouldn't be a surprise to many. And even calling him a dark horse does feel a little bit wrong, but I don't see a lot of people saying they think he's going to come in and spike regionals. This is, of course, the only person to have ever won a mid-set and a regional, and it was the last regional. It's Kyvix. He, coming into this tournament, I think he has a good shot. The meta kind of favors him. I think when it is this wide, when there's a lot of rerolling comps that are good, but there are some very standard comps, Kyvix does thrive. He's known to play some really wacky lines, which I think favors him a lot. But then you look at set 7 regionals, where he was just cutting edge with playing Guardians almost every single game, getting so many firsts with that. I just think he has what it takes to take it down. He still has had a good set 8 overall, even though it hasn't been as breakout. I just still am always ready to put my money on Kyvix.
Crowan, not you? No Kyvix for you?
I mean,
what's going on?
Like, I'll let Casanova have the Kyvix on this one. He was the one to put me onto Kyvix. Like, yo, look at this guy. I'm like, oh, snap, you right? Look at him go. And so I'll let Casa carry that torch for now.
Okay. Casanova's the OG Kyvix fan. I got you.
I'll admit it.
Hey, maybe there's a place for you to say Kyvix this time, and that's personal bias. Because I want you both to show your bias. Who is your favorite player that is going to be competing this weekend? Crowan, who's your favorite?
Honestly, it's really tough. As much as I honestly do want to say Kyvix, I gotta throw some love out in different directions here. And at the end of the day, it's going to be Kermex. He's been such a long-standing figure of the TFT scene. Froden spoke to him at the beginning of the show really, really well. And I really personally also resonated with this kind of wake-up call to himself after going dead last in day 3 of Defender Cup. He said that was unacceptable. He said he's not going to be satisfied until he does better, and a lot better. And he turned it around after that. And I have a lot of respect for being able to, as a competitor, follow through on that self-set pressure and expectation. Coming from a competitive background myself, that's definitely not the easiest thing to do. So I feel you, Kerm. Best of luck this weekend. That's gotta be my personal bias.
I love that. I think that's a great choice, and I think Kyvix will understand. Casanova, what about you? Who you got as your favorite player competing this weekend?
Yeah, it's funny. I actually went back and forth with this player and Kyvix between Dark Horse and personal bias on which one I was going to put where. I wanted to talk about both of these players a lot. So this is a player for me. Back in 6.5, I picked him on a fantasy team because he had some decent stats, and I was really interested in seeing how he did. It was my last pick, and he played really well, and he played really well into set 7, played really well into set 8. This is Ripple Overdrive. He really bursted on the scene set 6.5, but he missed out on mid-set finales. He missed out on regionals. Same with set 7. He couldn't quite get there. But here in set 8, he is not placed he's not placed worse than top 20. He's top 20 every single tournament. With the most recent tournament that he played in Mecha Cup, he got second, barely losing out to his practice partner Spetham in that final lobby, getting second where Spetham got first. His practice group is studded with some of the best players right now that are on the come up, you know, Weijin, Malala, that whole crew. I just think Ripple is looking really strong. I saw that he got like 6th on the Don't Talk If You Don't Know power rankings, so a lot of people are looking at Ripple now, but he's been a player that's just been electric to watch his rise, and I think that he could cap it off here at regionals, and I'm just looking forward to watching him.
Yeah, I think that honestly, when you look at both of those study groups just making a conglomerate, I don't know what happened over there, but I feel like they decided to combine forces. And we're talking about the 2 study groups that were fighting each other for Mecha Cup, and that was going to be Weijin's and also Deepay's study group, and so those 2 have combined forces to become the ultimate Avenger of TFT, and so I can't wait to see how that's going to go. But thank you both so much for your insight and your predictions for who you think is going to win. And now we've got to take a look at our very first game that's going to be coming up very shortly. We're following Lobby A, and this is where I actually want to show my personal bias. One player that we haven't shown a little bit of love to yet is Robin Songs. I feel like Robin Songs is a player that has been around for so long and has just been kind of at the pinnacle of TFT and always a part of the conversation. So I just want to give a little love his way, and I think that if I had to give personal bias, that would definitely be my player. But it's so hard because there's amazing players in every single lobby the entirety of this weekend, and so there's just so much else we can talk about here as well, especially when we do have even more of those players from that study group here, Casanova, that are competing in this first lobby. So without further ado, let's go ahead and just jump right into game number 1 here. Casanova and Crowan, take it away.
Thank you so much, Necra. Crowan, we've got the first game of the regional final here with Monsters Attack. Jumping in with Lobby A. A lot of great players in this one, and we're kicking off with our Mecha Cup winner. I'm Spetham. Crowan, I mean, let's just get into it.
Oh yeah, Spetham coming in hot off the Mecha Cup win, as you're saying, has one of the best averages out of the whole field. Didn't play in Defender Cup or mid-set, but had a really good Corrupted and an even better Mecha, 3.4 average out of all of his tournament games this set. Remember casting this guy back in, you know, Fight Night Risings as well, along with, were we even casting him back with you still?
Yes, yes, while I was still there, we cast Spetham.
That's wild. Spetham coming in from being in the TFT scene for a long time, but finally getting his kind of breakout performance. I think there's a lot to say about recency bias of doing well in, say, things like the Mecha Cup and the LCQ. Spetham coming off hot, not going to be too different of a meta. I really have a lot of faith in him starting off in this game. I think he has a lot to show us.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, you said the recency bias. We've got our last 2 winners, right? We have Unwilf in here as well, the winner of the LCQ. Spetham won Mecha Cup. You know, we've got some really strong players in this lobby, and that's going to be every lobby at regionals. We heard Admirable say it. He feels like this is the most stacked regionals he's looked at, which I think is really funny to think about when, you know, a lot of big names are missing from this tournament, but just with the rise of these newer study groups, a lot of the new blood in North American TFT, this does feel just outstandingly stacked at this regionals, and it does make it really hard to predict outside of, you know, we've thrown out those kind of top 2 names in Setsuko and Dish Soap.
Yeah.
But really, I mean, there's a lot of players who can threaten to take the crown.
Oh, definitely. I think there's a lot to say about, you know, Necro coming and being like, oh yeah, my personal bias is Robin Songs, and we didn't even talk about Robin Songs to that point. So it's like there's so many great players here, so many storylines that we can sit here and talk forever about, and you know, it's going to be a real blessing to be able to do that, especially because there is no shortage of talent in NATFT. Ferdinand said it boldly, NA is the strongest region. We'll see if he really believes that or is, you know, saying that for the show. But no, I really do think that NA is so strong. There is not a shortage of talent. There's not just the same players coming back and dominating everybody else. There's always rookies of the set. There's always these players like Spetham too, who have been in the scene for a long time and are finding their way into the big tournaments now, into regionals, right? This is where players that are, you know, relatively I would say not unknown, but not as well known as some of the big names can really spike, show up at Worlds, and maybe even contest a Worlds win.
Yeah, I mean, this is how you become the household name, right? This is how you become the next Setsuko, the next, you know, the next Robin, the next Kurum. Is it starts here. It starts at regionals, finding a way to get yourself to Worlds, make a name for yourself, right? We saw Wajan. A lot more people have been watching Wajan streams since he qualified for Worlds. They're excited to see this new blood represent North America on the world stage, and now Wajan can try and continue that legacy here in regionals. But of course, Spetham, another player that gave a great interview after Mecha Cup. People are really excited about this player. They want to see him do well. He said he was giving a portion of all his TFT winnings to charity. So if he's making it to Worlds, that's a lot more winnings that Spetham has to send that way.
Oh, that's great, especially TFT players. I mean, that's just so cool. As we move over to Malala's board here, I think we're both pretty excited to see Malala potentially pop off. Got second at the mid set, started doing really well even back in set 7, did kind of bomb out of regionals, unfortunately took an L in day 1, but this is time for redemption. He's had a really impressive run overall in set 8 so far, as a little about a 4.0 average, 4.08 average over the course of set 8 tournaments. But he is here to play, opening with Infinity Heart. See what he can make happen with that one.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic start. You and I were talking about how good we feel Infinity is right now. You find that spot, you're contending for a top 4 if you can find that in the early stages of the game. So we're just gonna see if Malala can convert that to even more with this one. Of course, he doesn't have the spat this time. It's just the heart, so it's a little bit weaker, but it's still very, very strong.
Oh yeah. JD Zielinski as well, starting off with some underground. JD has been around for a few sets at this point, but this is actually his first time making a regionals, so huge congrats to JD for making it here. And it's been a player that I think people have underestimated. If we had more picks to save for Dark Horse, I think JD Zielinski might, you know, be there at some point as a Dark Horse pickup, and I think for a very good reason too.
Yeah, I think he would have snuck in for sure. You know, during this set, I believe at some point he did crack into that top 15 on the Don't Talk If You Don't Know power rankings. This is a player that a lot of players thought was really good going into, I believe it was mid set. So JD is someone that people know is good. He's just been a little inconsistent, and we're just waiting for him to completely lock it down. But he is absolutely a player who can come in here and have an explosive performance.
Definitely can. We actually have 2 players running underground as well. Not only JD Zielinski, but Jukyu has it as well. So we're already seeing some spicy action in game 1 of the regional finals. See which players are able to cap out their boards, or maybe even just utilize that as a means to go Ezreal, right? Ezreal reroll is one of those compositions that you can go from a loss streak, from underground, and really spike to get a game winning kind of board. I think that's probably an S tier comp right now.
Yeah, notably both Jukyu and JD Zielinski have had it since 2-1, so they got it right away. They're immediately starting to stack it up. But I wanted to point out, Crowan, on the side, we have the items there. Everybody except for Malala does have a tier at this point. So I'm curious if just AP lines in general are going to be extremely contested. I know there's a little bit more flexibility than that with the tier, but a lot of times when you get those, especially if you're able to find some rods alongside it, you are going to want to go that direction. At least there are quite a few AP lines in the game currently, so it doesn't necessarily mean everyone's going to be contested, other than maybe fighting for items on the carousel.
So even the AP lines are happy with a tier because of the Shiv Morgana tech. Morgana shreds and sunders everything that she hits. If she has a Shiv on her, those Shiv procs will sunder everything as well, giving armor reduction. So you can slam a Shiv early game for tempo, utilize it. Tier's just such a good item right now. And like you're saying, with AP being really good, Ox Slingers being one of the, you know, favorites and compositions right now, gonna be huge. No one is sad about having a tier, and Setsuko's not sad about this 4-win streak here, looking to make it 5 before Krugs, but snapping Malala's streak. And Setsuko Casanova, the man that so many people have been talking about in this set, has performed absolutely phenomenally, has picked up his tournament win as well in the Corrupted Cup, 3.37 average. Did not place anything lower than a 10th, and that was in mid set. I mean, come on. Setsuko, that's your pick to win.
It's ridiculous. The numbers he's put up this set are ridiculous. Like, I'm with Gangly. I saw that post. I saw the Robin comparison. Honestly, I didn't realize that Robin had been that dominant in set 5, which is again a testament to the player that Robin Songs is. But the fact is, like, Setsuko has matched him here in set 8 with another player performing just as dominantly with Dish Soap. So he's still been able to continue on fighting stride for side with Dish, and Setsuko has just been phenomenal. This has not been an uncommon spot for us to see Setsuko in. Just win streaking into Krugs, 5 wins, 20 gold. Somehow he manages to put together these boards in the earliest game so consistently and find these wins. And when he doesn't find one that's a full win streak, we generally see him with the full loss streak. He's always ensuring that. We rarely see him going win-loss, win-loss.
Oh yeah, already seen that Shiv Morgana tech, by the way, coming out to play. Gonna be on a lot of boards probably, but Svetham and Setsuko over there at the top. Jukyu getting a Vi too for that underground, and Jukyu isn't just full loss streaking. Unlike JD Zelinsky, has a lot of HP to work with, is on a bit, not quite a streak, but still a lot of gold to work with in a very, very good spot.
Yeah, just looking at the side of our screen here, we've got the overlay with the gold and the loss streaks and everything. And Jukyu, 40 gold already with the 5 loss streak here into Krugs. So with those tiny titans, he hasn't lost too much HP compared to the what he started with in the game. And he's going to be having a very good economy alongside having that underground. So Jukyu going to be in a really scary position later on with so much gold, seeing as how he has that resources from underground as well.
Oh yeah, Robin of the Shiv Tech has second wind as well. Do know the admin that he's working with. It's going to be once per combat at 66% health. Admin's gained 60% AD. Not playing it right now, but did check it, right? Blitzcrank is on the bench. Maybe we can go that route later, but it's not going to be great for his comps. Has that Shiv, has some Ox Forces, has some Spell Slingers. It's looking like an Ox Slinger angle for Robin. Just needs to find those key units. Mainly the TF. Itemizing TF is going to be so key in this composition, but needs to get there first.
Yeah, we'll see as he slowly starts to work towards that. Of course, Robin's spot probably not the best in the game right now, right? Because he has lost a good amount of HP. He did not actually get to maintain that streak, as you pointed out, compared to JD Zelinsky, who is lower, admittedly, but his economy is in a much better spot. But yep, Robin at least has a board with good slammable items and potentially can find his way to, even if he loses, even if he doesn't streak, he's going to have closer fights across the board. Right now, he's going to get up against JD. This might snap JD Zelinsky's streak here on 3-1. In fact, it does look like it will. JD is no longer going to keep that loss streak here, but his board did pick up some upgrades, so I'm sure he's not too upset about that.
Yeah, maybe we can carry the win streak forward here. Had upgraded Lee Sin frontline, Ezreal as well, with a Shiv already slammed on that. Shiv is such a good tempo item as well. Works really good with Ezreal as we get our second augments coming through. Exiles, Knife's Edge, or Makeshift. Makeshift is actually going to be some consideration here, but does go Exiles instead. It is going to be pretty easy to position Oxslingers around this augment. Does really nice at giving those Ox Forces more time to maybe get another cast off. You know, an Annie shield could be the difference between, you know, delaying the Ox Force proc, getting TF and eventually Nico that time to pop off, and finds a TF already.
Wow, on 6.
Yeah, is very low gold though, so has to spend a lot of time recovering that economy. Cannot even sell back up to 20, but having a TF Shiv this early, I think, is well worth that.
Oh, almost certainly, right? And he even gonna just slam the JG, just slamming some items on the TF. I feel like with that Annie upgrade in the front line as well, Robin should be able to find some wins here on stage 3. We'll see if he can fully win out. I mean, it doesn't feel amazing that he's mostly on 1-star characters, but with the Exiles pickup, that'll bring some tankiness, and this Twisted Fate should still do a fair bit of damage overall. So hopefully Robin should be at least killing a good amount of units, saving some HP here as he kind of moves towards filling up his comp. As you said, you know, his gold in a rough spot, but at least the composition is coming together, and the early TF gives him some very clear direction.
Yeah, it's really interesting. He wanted to slam an item for tempo there. Generally, you would want to maybe greed out for a Gunblade on the TF, heal up in himself and a little bit of the frontline as well. Doesn't slam the Rageblade either, is going to be slamming the JG instead, as we do take a look at the cash out potential from Jukyu, but says no, that is not good enough. Gonna be re-rolling Ezreal and Vi, it looks like, because of that Axiom arc. This is when Ezreal turns into an absolute god composition, is far away from the Ezreal 3 and doesn't have a lot of HP, but with that Axiom, I think Jukyu can start to chain some wins together.
Yeah, he's got a lot of gold, and potentially he can look for a cash out that gives him even more gold to roll down, or just some really amazing frontlining items to give this Ezreal even more time. But, you know, there's a Garen on the other side for Broccoli with some good items. It's very early to have that Mecha Garen online, and the backline of a Nico and having the Morgana with the Shiv is actually a pretty scary board, even though it's mostly just sitting at 1 star.
Yeah, I already have the Met Garen up there with good tank items. Gonna be a big threat. Robin trying to carry the streak forward, but the TF cards do not come out in time.
Setsuko still on this win streak here on 3-3, continuing it as he takes down Robin. Wanted to call out quickly, JD Zielinski did cash out his heist. He got a Mana Zane and a Reforger. So that's why we're seeing it on the side there. Mana Zane for JD Zielinski.
There we go. I have to see what unit that wants to go on a bit later on. Could be real good on a whole slew of AP units. Misfortune, Nico, all can utilize that, are going to be in the meta. Misfortune not as much, especially if you're not playing Anima from the early game. It was nerfed in some previous patches as well, so we're not going to be seeing that too frequently. Maybe if we talk about legendary units as well, it could be a big consideration. But Setsuko going to be leveling to 7, still 30 gold left, rocking 4 duelists, but this isn't going to be a duelist board forever. This is just giga tempo play by Setsuko, slamming a Thieves Glove, slamming the Archangels, just wants to keep this win streak going. I think this is really smart play, because Setsuko is a player that can translate this into kind of anything for an end game board, and it doesn't matter if you don't get first place because you're just slamming items for a tempo. Starting the day off with a top 4, a third place maybe, is going to be well acceptable enough.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, Setsuko is the player. I talked about this at the start of the day, where even when we see him play tempo, these are the games where he ends up getting first that I'm very impressed by, right? He's slamming for tempo. He's playing for a top 4, essentially, but he still finds ways to turn this into a first place. We'll see him convert into some full legendary boards. We'll see some really crazy things out of him, and I just think it's been so impressive to watch him. Is he going to keep the streak? He does not. Broccoli able to take him down with that Twisted Fate, and so Setsuko finally going to lose out on the streak, but he's still level 7 with 40 gold.
Yeah, still going to be very rich. Unfortunately, couldn't carry the streak forward, but here's going to be a cash out from Jukyu. Does not have a lot of bench space to work with. Is actually full pivoting into Lulu Supers. All right, I mean, this is a comp. Oh yeah, he was on level 5. That is right. He wasn't rolling on level 6. He was just using the Ezreal 2 as a bit of a way to generate some economy through the underground. Picks up extra blue buff and gunblade as well. Wait a minute. He has 2 sets
of Lulu items. I noticed this when he cashed it out. I was like, huh, he's kind of already got those items. But we'll see where those end up. I mean, we see the gunblade on Gangplank. I just wonder where that blue buff's gonna head, as I guess he's getting pretty close to this Lulu 3 here on 3-6.
These items are actually pretty good once he hits all of these Lulus and Pantheons and is able to level up, because Sona can utilize those items very well.
That's
blue
true.
buff Sona as the 4th heart as well, going to be super good for this composition. I think that's kind of the snap pick on that. Otherwise, I don't think he would have gone deeper underground. You kind of had to take that regardless. But it is going to work out very well once he hits the Lulu Pantheon. That's going to be a composition that I think we see once almost every game, maybe not quite every game, but it's very strong right now. Even if you don't get the Lulu or Pantheon hero augments, just the heart scaling is so insane right now. We're probably going to be seeing other heart kind of flex compositions pop up in a lot of games as well, just because of how kind of busted that trait seems.
Oh yeah, I mean, this comp's going to be everywhere. I was just kind of looking at the match histories of as many players as I could prior to this, and I saw at least one Lulu game on almost everybody. Like, everybody has kind of looked at this. They've seen this as a comp that they can play. As we keep just noting Jukyu in that corner there, we're going to see him hit that Pantheon 3. We'll see his roll downs basically until he starts hitting these 3-star 1 cost.
One more Lulu.
There it is. All right. You got both of them right here on 4-1. He still has a decent amount of gold as well, so pretty good spot for Jukyu.
Oh, he's trying to hit GP as well before he pushes to level 6. Rolling pretty heavily for it. Does hit it, never punished. Is able to put in that Sona now. Put the blue buff there. The GP3 with the Gunblade as well is going to be doing a lot of work. So Jukyu is going to be shooting back up from that 8th place and probably going to be within the top 3 pretty soon here throughout the course of stage 4.
Yeah, and just taking a look more on board with Unwolf now that we've seen Jukyu find those hits. We've got the Morgana, this Shiv Morgana tech. I love that you brought this up, Crone, when I talked about the tiers, because it's just been all over this lobby.
Yep.
Everybody's looking for that. A lot of Shivs were slammed and a lot of players playing that, but Unwolf here does have it as well, looking for those Rift Walkers as he does have that Jhin, and we're going to get Prismatics, Crowan. Curse Crown available, but it's not going to be the pick for Unwolf here.
It was available, and that would have been a ticket to a fast 8th place probably, but
this spot looks so bad for it.
Yeah, very bad. Unwolf Similarly to like we were talking about, Spetham earlier is coming off of a win, but it's going to be an even recenter win from the LCQ, a very unknown player. A lot of people will be like, oh, how is Unwilf going to do in this event? We don't know that much about them, but they're playing one of the strongest comps in the meta, going to be the Rift Walker Jhin, not having any mascots in there, but finally is able to put in the Renegade. We'll be confirming what the admin is hopefully soon. But this is a decent opener, or a decent mid game rather. Still is just not on a lot of gold, however, and only being on that one Jhin, maybe a bit concerning.
Yeah, I want to note the 6 Ramesses. There is potential for some good scaling there. 3-star Rammus, very powerful as a frontliner. But as you said, Unwolf not having that much gold, so going to be tough to try and even get to that point. And he does run into Jukyu, so going to get absolutely slaughtered by this 3-star Lulu, 3-star Pantheon, and 3-star Heart Gangplank. I actually like that a lot. He does cast quite a bit. Going to get a lot of stacks very quickly.
Wow, this is so nuts from that Lulu composition. I'm going to talk that up probably a lot this game because Underground giving so many extra items and they're going to good use as well. That's looking like a strong first place potential for this lobby. As we move back on over to Robin, he's in a good spot. He was forced to roll down on 7 a lot, but that's fine. Oh, actually took Think Fast. We hit all of his upgrades. Hit the TF2, hit the Nico 2. Unfortunately didn't hit Viego or Alistair, but that's okay. He's sitting on pairs of those. And this is a strong enough board. He is win streaking to whereas he can go to level 8, find them, and still be in a really, really good spot.
Yeah, I was about to note that his level 7 roll down looked insane, right? He hit 2-star TF, 2-star Nico. That's incredible, right? But yeah, it makes sense. It was that Think Fast.
Yeah.
He was able to find those. It's actually maybe a little bit of a low roll that he didn't hit the Alistar, right? He didn't hit some of the 3-star or 3-cost units, but still in a great spot. Going to take down Unwolf here. With this Twisted Fate, and once he can get even more items on this composition, it comes online even more. But this should be able to get Robin Songs to level 8.
It definitely will be able to. He's now on I think a 5 streak with 57 HP. Judy Zelinsky, of course, with the heart. Lulu Pantheon on a win streak as well, 40 HP. Like I mentioned, over the course of stage 4, going to be shooting up to those top spots. Meanwhile, it's players like Malala and Unwolf who are down there at the bottom, and there's no one really running away with this game either, which usually there is. This point, Setsuko has taken that early lead and dropped a little bit. There is only a 5 HP gap between 1st and 4th place, Broccoli and Robin Songs. So this lobby is already really tight here in just game number 1.
Ooh, hits a fiddle immediately here on 8 as Setsuko goes to 8 on 4-5, and here's a full pivot from Setsuko. This is what he does best. We see him do this so frequently, and it looks like threats for now.
Looks like some threats, of course. It might end up being threats with a Mech Garen frontline. That's going to be a solid composition, especially with the Belveth upgrade coming through. There are no items, however, for the Belveth. There's just going to be a lot of TGs to throw around, and this is the concerning part of that Setsuko tempo line. You were saying that, yes, Setsuko is one of the best at converting these into first places, but I don't know if this is quite a spot where he can do that. The TG rolls are going to be decent, however, for the Belveth, at least rolling into a guard breaker for a bit of damage, going to start tearing through Unwolf's front line. There's still just the Jhin 1 in the back line for Unwolf as well, and Aurelion Sol, that's going to be dishing out some good damage. It is not quite enough, and Setsuko does go on a 4-loss streak.
Yeah, I mean, caught in the middle of his transition here. We'll see if Setsuko can kind of finish this up, get the board nice and organized the way he wants it. He didn't get back in, and he just hit upgrades. 2-star Garen, 2-star Aatrox to fill up this front line. So much beef with the Echo, Garen, and Aatrox. It's just about how does he finish this up with some more damage. He does have that Belveth, but is reliant on the TG hits. Of course, this round, I do not want to be the person that runs into Setsuko this second. They're going to get absolutely demolished considering the TG rolls and all the hits that just came through.
A lot of hits. And okay, I was gonna say, does he actually consider running mech, because there is already so much of a good front line with the Warmogs, Garen, a Echo 2, an Aatrox 2 as well, but does take the Fiddle 1 out for a Wukong. Probably should have done that last round, had it in over the Rel instead, but that's okay. Might have the difference, but it's not going to be a game breaker. He is so strong now. This is a good Belveth TG roll, and Robin Songs has not hit level 8 yet, has not reached kind of peak power. It's still so close. Strong. But Setsuko clutches it out, snaps that loss streak.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly thought whoever ran into Setsuko was going to run into a lot of trouble, but Robin's board still very powerful off that Think Fast. He did hit very quickly on his 4-star or his 4 costs, and I think that is the big difference there is they both have the 4 costs at 2-star, and Robin's still able to dish out the damage with his itemization on that Twisted Fate.
Yeah, that's the power of Prismatic Augment, right? You're gonna want to, have that carry you into a stage 5 at least, and it is, although, it took a loss, but it was a narrow one, preserved a lot of HP. Now take a look at what board Broccoli has crafted up here. It's a bit of an Aurelion Soul flex line, not many people running a Garen frontline with it, but it's still going to be respected in this meta. It's still going to be relatively strong, sitting on a TF pair, but I think the major thing to look at is he's still only level 7, forced to roll a lot, and has not hit TF2 in all these rolls. Not a good sign. Has to think about what item that he wants for the end as well. It's not going to be anything like a Q cone. Already has a shiv, so these items not going to be the best.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Fate being heavily contested in this lobby, Broccoli catching the short end of the stick on that, not able to find enough for himself. We see him reforge.
Another Hodge, though.
Yeah,
so
just ends up slamming more on the Garen.
Yep. Hey, Garen's going to be able to cast pretty much immediately, but does run into the absolute terror that is Setsuko in this lobby. I don't know if Broccoli can stand toe-to-toe with this one.
Yeah, now even that Aurelion Soul in the backline actually has items that Setsuko decided to put on the character, and he's doing so much damage. The Belveth once again rolling a guard breaker. That's going to help here against this Garen. We'll be able to proc that through. And again, Setsuko not winning as hard as I may have thought he would be with all those upgrades that he did land, but still finding wins. And at the end of the day, that's what's important right now for Setsuko as he tries to restabilize his economy and consider whether he can go to level 9 or if he has to fully roll down.
Unwolf taken an 8th place in the first game of the Monsters Tag Regionals. That LCQ winner is now going toe-to-toe with the big dogs of NA right now. Can't quite compare, at least right now, but still, it's only game 1 of the day. Can shake that one off. As we take a look once again at Robin Song's board, has hit level 8. Threw in a Syndra 1, playing the 2-star Guardian's going to be okay for Nico, but Nico is not outfitted with items. It's just going to be a Zephyr there, a bit of utility, as he does land a very good Zephyr. Robin doing his due diligence and scouting very well there, going into Spetham.
Yep, does land it on the Vex, but the Jhin's still going to be able to fire away. It is just going to be a TG Jhin. The items that Spetham hit are not fantastic for the unit, but at least they're going to give him some power, as it is just going to be that Twisted Fate tearing through this front line, though. And Spetham going to take a relatively big hit here, it looks like, from Robin, unless Jhin can grab a few more units, and he cannot. So Spetham taking a huge chunk, as Malala does as well, going down to 3 HP as we take a look here at Malala. He's also on the Jhin line with much better items on his Jhin here than a Thieves Gloves, but it looks like it's taken too long for him to stabilize, and there's a lot of power in this lobby. We'll see if the Jhin is strong enough, as this has been a comp that's been really good in the recent patch.
Oh yeah, especially with the buffs coming out, notably from Viego and Jhin. The only problem is that there are not any Viego items. He's only tier 1. He's basically just in there as a, funny little renegade guy, buffing up the Jhin. But that's about it. Malala, I think that's the story of this lobby for a lot of players. They're being stuck on level 7 a lot longer than they typically would. So Malala might be going out in 8th here, or 7th, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, running into Setsuko, we've talked about how strong he is, and there's no threat on this Aurelion Soul in this composition, so he's just going to fire away for free. That silly little renegade guy already down, so there's not going to be much from him, as Malala is going to take a 7th here. Oh, he does have Last Stand.
Oh, Last Stand.
I didn't realize the Last Stand. We've got Last Stand from Malala, so he might be able to fight back and outlive Robin or Broccoli. That augment could land him a couple extra placements, which is massive here in the regional finals when you're just trying to make it to day 2.
Yeah, not only giving extra life, but buffing up the whole team as well, the extra Omnivamp and other stats as well. Malala could salvage out some more placements. I don't think he's going to make it his way into a top 4 kind of situation, although it's not impossible, but there are a lot of other strong boards. As soon as you run into, I think, a player like JD Zielinski or maybe a Setsuko, you're going to be really, really worried, even with all these Last Stand buffs. Fortunately, did find Alistar 2 upgrading the front line, going to be very good. Level 8, hopefully landing on a Viego, but no, is still on a Viego pair, as well as now an Aurelion Soul pair. The good thing is there's a Shroud picked up, so we get the cheese 1 fight. Hopefully hit a good Shroud, make that be the difference. Stand United, not a very popular augment right now, but one that Malala had to find himself in. Is going to be running 3 Aegis as well. Knows that these matchups are going to be potentially that Lulu from JD Zelensky, but instead it's Robin, who's still running AP, so Aegis is a ton of value
there's the
here.
Shroud. There's the Shroud. Every fight could be a placement here for Malala, especially this one, because Robin would die if Malala wins, so this fight incredibly close. We're watching that Twisted Fate, though. How much damage can he crank out on the backside of this fight? The first splash coming through on the front line, but this Jhin still untouched, firing away, and right now it's leaning Malala very heavily. Twisted Fate not able to do enough. Malala with the last stand holds on for one more, and it's enough to climb 2 more placements as both Broccoli and Robin go down. And you know how I said every fight is a placement? Well, that one was 2, and the next one, Spetham could go down, and he could make it to the top 4 off the back of this last stand.
Give Malala an inch and he'll take a mile. Might be making me eat my words right now. Going top 4 is just 1 round potentially away from securing a top 4. JD Zelensky has rubber banded once again back towards the bottom. The Lulu Pantheon not able to carry it forward as far as I would have thought. Malala switching sides with the Jhin is able to plick the Shroud placement once again. And it's huge.
It's Jukyu. It's Jukyu. He got the Shroud, but Jukyu is so powerful with all these extra items on the Lulu composition. Will there be enough damage from this Jhin? He's trying to pump through the front line. The Lulu still untouched, but the front line of Malala has been holding up for so long, but not long enough. The Pantheon makes it all the way to the Jhin, and Malala will fall, but still, he can't be too upset about that. He made it all the way to 5th from what looked like an easy 7th.
Yeah, those are the kind of 5th places that you don't feel too bad about. Sure would have loved to secure a top 4, but that is not terrible, especially among a lobby in the regional finals, just being game number 1. Jukyu, only player to be win streaking. Setsuko, like you might have foretold, Casa, is able to make this kind of very heavy tempo style of play maybe into a 1st place. The front line is still absolutely massive. The Aurelian Soul has really good items, and this Belveth, you know, if she rolls into some good items with that TG, that's gonna be a lot of extra damage coming through, and Setsuko is gonna be pushing level 9 as well. 2 Belveths on the bench, making 5 in total. It could just be a Belveth 3, and it doesn't really matter what items the TG roll. It's gonna be just a powerhouse of a unit.
Yeah,
and his rolling with the golden ticket to try to find it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the golden ticket. As you just mentioned, he's got a lot of rolls that he can do. He can look for 4 cost 3 stars is what he can maybe find. Look for the item here. Looks like maybe instead of going 9, Setsuko going to utilize that augment, that golden ticket, and try and find these 3-star 4 costs. He certainly can make it there.
Aatrox, Aurelian Soul, Belveth, all going to be really, really good hits. Yeah, Garen as well. He has so many options. Surely will hit 1 by the time he's knocked out of this game, but has to go through the Titan that is Jukyu.
Yeah, facing off against Jukyu now. Kind of a good test to see where he's at fighting against this Lulu board as of now, because it feels like Jukyu is the heavy front runner in this game, getting all those extra items. And as of now, Setsuko does get completely run over. So it does feel like it needs to be the power of a 3-star 4 cost, and Setsuko's gonna have to send it.
That he does. Right now, he's already rolling.
On the other side, Spetham knocked out by JD Zelensky. So Spetham out in 4th. Setsuko gonna start the heavy roll down. Aatrox, he's already getting close. 2 more on the Aatrox, 2 more on the Belveth.
Let's see it.
One more Aatrox.
Passes Aurelian Soul, just trying to find those 2 units. Oh, so many procs.
Where is
but
it?
It's not hitting. He's not hitting. Can sell the Garens. Only 8 seconds left. Doesn't even sell the Garens.
Sell the Aurelian.
No. He's trying. He's trying, but
he
not able to find it. And he was spending so much time rolling, he wasn't able to reposition either. Is going up against the Ghost boards. That might be a saving grace.
I mean, if he survives here, he's got a little bit more time to try and find 1 more Aatrox, but he sold out of Belveth. He sold out of Garen. It's all in on Aatrox. That's only if he can win this fight as well. One more cast from Aurelian. Not quite taking down enough of the backline there. And now Aurelian's gone.
Oh.
It's just a tanky Belveth standing in the way. She's not tanky enough. Setsuko gonna go down. So close, but still so far. Jukyu, after going so low so early with that reroll, the pivot all the way to the Lulu with the undergrounds in, getting all these items and rolling extra deep to get that 3-star gangplank, pays off. 12 win streak, and it does not look close. We'll see if JD can try and pull off a miracle here, but Jukyu looks like he's walking home with a first.
Already a couple of trends here, both for underground players to find themselves in a top 2, both playing AP lines. I don't know, we're seeing this tournament set itself up in such an exciting way. Can Jukyu close it out?
Yeah, 2-1 underground of paying dividends for both of them. Even with the JD cashing out early, he still has that Mana Zane from it, which is making the damage so much stronger from this composition. Mana Zane on that Spellslinger helping out with the TF, and it's enough to actually break through Jukyu. Lulu's down. That means there's actually a chance. JD hanging on. It looks like he's winning one round. We talked about, hey, the extra damage from having both carries fully itemized. It's enough damage to break through the 3 stars, and now JD might win this.
It exactly was enough damage, but that might have been a positioning diff as well. Lulu walked up into an awkward angle. The TF took her out before she was able to turn her attention to the Twisted Fate. So it could go the opposite way in this next matchup. Players really deciding what items they want to. It's going to be some frontline for Jukyu and a blue buff over there on the other side, but that was a Nunu 2 upgrade, and yeah, screw it, we're gonna be moving some items over. BT, a really good Nunu item, and that defense as well, gonna be keeping him alive. I really like this. You could still make your board a lot stronger, and I think that might be the power that Jukyu needs to close this one out and send it back the other direction.
All right, JD able to win that last fight with all the damage he's got here, but Jukyu shuffling items, has the Shroud on the bench. Let's see where he can get that Shroud down. Shroud, that's going to be massive on the Echo, on to the Janna. As we've got the damage coming through, Lulu in a pretty safe spot here, not getting touched by any of the extra damage, breaking through the front line, and that Nunu absolutely demolishing the Nico. Now he's just got to make his way to the Twisted Fate, and he does. Jukyu doesn't make it even close here in the final fight. He says, okay, you got me once, but not again. And that Honey Buzz duck bill, does that look like the face of mercy, Crowan? Because Jukyu's taking game 1.
That is not the face of mercy. It's the face of a stone cold killer there, and taking out the rest of the lobby in style. Wow, Jukyu making a statement in game number 1.
Yeah, what a way to kick off the NA Regional Finals for the very first game of the day. I feel like we got a little taste of everything. A snapshot of what the new meta kind of looks like after that balance patch. We got a chance to see Last Stand pay off in dividends. Crowan, that was so exciting. What did you make of Malala being able to leapfrog those 2 spots there?
Yeah, those 2 spots is huge. Again, not only is Last Stand going to just give you another life, but it gives you all that combat power as well, which can make a big difference in a lot of fights. Was narrowly able to, or just narrowly missed out on getting a top 4 there. But when the lobby was so close, right? We were saying when it was like that stage 4 carousel, oh, the lobby HP is so close. We already knew it was going to be just a game of inches for that kind of 5th through, 3rd place range, and it did actually end up in that way, even down into 7th as well, right? It was just such a tight game. Malala, I think, played that really well, played it to his outs, was able to greed out a little bit more because he knows he has that kind of insurance that was the Last Stand augment.
Yeah, I mean, we got a chance to see maybe just a big variety of compositions in that first game as well. Casanova, I felt like we didn't see a whole lot of contesting for each other, but we did end up seeing 2 players go underground from the very beginning. We don't see that often pay off in high stakes tournaments like this. So can you give us some insight there on how that really worked out for our top 2 there, JD Zielinski and Jukyu?
I think just the extra resources, right? JD grabbing even just a Heist 2, the Mana Zane, just giving enough extra damage for that composition that does like to have both carries fully itemized, giving an extra item that's a really good item for Nico was really beneficial. And then on the other side, I mean, we just saw Jukyu stone cold killer on the reroll, pivoting over to the Lulu, rolling down extra for the GP. And you saw just that the eyes of a killer there. And I'm not talking about the player cam, I'm talking about the Honey Buzz Duckbill just looking into it as he rolls down and hits all the 3 stars, knowing he's about to go on a win streak and win the lobby. So, absolutely beautiful play from Jukyu on the underground. I'd be excited to see if he finds that spot again, if he's able to just replicate, because he seemed very comfortable in everything he did in that game.
Yeah, you both called it out so early that Jukyu was in a spot to find a first place in the lobby. So Crowan, was there anything else there? Was it just Jukyu just doing Jukyu things, or was there anything else going on that really helped to set up Jukyu for success?
I think it was Juki recognizing a really good spot, and I think it was a fantastic transition and running an Ezreal carry into transitioning into the Lulu, not pushing levels, being like, oh, okay, Ezreal's still good, I can do it from this spot. They're already sitting on a lot of supers, sitting on the Pantheons, Lulus as well, had a ton of gold to work with, and I think it was just an excellent recognition of how far can I stretch all this gold, how far can I roll down. Even when a lot of players hit the Lulu and Pantheon, they'll be like, okay, that's good enough, I can level up, put the Sona in, but was, I think, 1 or 2 away from Gameplank at that point as well, so said, no, I'm going to keep rolling. I'm probably likely to hit and still enough gold to go to 6. I'm not going to lose any rounds in such a long time because of all those extra items from the cash out. So just really well executed there from Jukyu. Like, that was kind of perfect, I would say, actually, in execution.
There you go. I think that's what it's going to require for these players to be able to make it through these next 3 days, as well as make it to those championship spots. So you'd love to see it start out in such a big way there for Jukyu. But another player that I want to highlight here in this lobby was Setsuko, because you both think that Setsuko is at the top of the NA leaderboard right now, has a lot of consistency coming into this weekend just from set 8 overall. And Casanova, we saw Setsuko do something really interesting. We don't see a lot of players make a full pivot, but that did happen at 4-5 to threats. So what was the line that Setsuko saw there that maybe put him in a direction where he wanted to make that full pivot?
So I love when players do this. When I make an analytical point that's pretty nuanced and it's like hard to fully explain everything that I want to say, and then they just do it. And that's what's perfect, right? I talked about how Setsuko finds these tempo lines that usually are players playing for top 4 and is able to convert them into first place more often than I think most other players are able to do it. We saw him do this once again. If he hits that Aatrox 3, he might get first in this game. And he was so close to doing so. We could even argue that that was a little bit unlucky with how many rerolls he had to not hit that Aatrox 3. And if he did, yeah, like I said, he might have gotten first from that spot. This is just Setsuko doing what Setsuko does best, plays that tempo, win streaks early, make sure he holds that win streak for so long, and he's just richer than everybody else. He uses it to pivot into whatever he hits, because this was not a composition. This was Garen, oh, I hit Garen 2-star, I hit Echo 2-star, I hit Aatrox 2-star, I hit Bel'Veth 2-star. Okay, here we go. This is my comp now. And he will do that consistently. He's so good at it, and it turns into such amazing placements for him. This is Setsuko playing really well, and it makes me very excited for the rest of the tournament. Just watching that, even with him getting a little unlucky on not hitting his 3-star Aatrox.
Yeah, I can almost like hear it, like Setsuko is not being satisfied with his lack of luck in the rolls there. Like, a lot of players would be fine taking that line of play that Setsuko did, getting to third, like, okay, cool, I played tempo, I got a third, but I'm sure Setsuko was like, nah, I should have been able to get a first star, I should have hit one of my 3-stars there. He's like, man, this game, unlucky Mort Dog, where are you at? Because he really had so many rolls to hit, just unfortunately missed. But still, a third, obviously not a bad way to start the day.
No, and we get a chance to look at how our other lobbies played out as well, as we did follow Lobby A for that game number 1. We still have 2 more lobbies that are taking place in B and C, and it's going to be a first place for Bosso Skills and Robbie Van Knob. I love seeing this. Crowan, Robbie was one of the players that came in from the Last Chance Qualifier.
Yeah, Roby got second in the Last Chance, has had kind of inconsistent results overall in set 8, but did pretty well in Corrupted Cup. I think got 17th there. Roby's been in the scene for a little bit now. Set 6 did really well, and seems like might be back in form here in set 8. Love seeing that. And, you know, Bosso Skills and Lobby B as well. I think these are players that are on the come up, are part of these, you know, big study groups and are making waves here. So you really just love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Casanova, maybe on the flip side of things, we've got Kurum X also kicking off the day with a second, and Sox just behind him in a third.
Yeah, this is the old guard holding fast, holding strong, pushing out some good results here with Kurum and Sox. These are 2 players that absolutely I'm not surprised to see doing well at regionals. They have the pedigree, they have the skill, and I just want to see how they do going forward. I think they are fantastic players. And they're definitely threats to still take it, as we got some hearts and Lulu there.
What? Yeah, I just like, I was like, I'm seeing double. I have to be seeing double right now, because we just saw that happen for Jukyu, and then Bosso Skills also able to take a first place with a 6 heart composition. But also, Crowan, you and Casanova were talking about Infiniteam being really strong, and Roby was able to get a first place with that.
Yeah, Infinite Team is, I think Cass and I are both on the radar of like, oh yeah, if that reaches its peak form, reaches the 7 Infinite Team kind of cap, that's going to be a lobby winning composition, maybe even one of the strongest in the game, especially when you hit things like Critical Mass, when you hit Ezreal 2, hit the really good front line as well. If you're able to get like a Garen with Infinite Team emblem, or, you know, a Phil, or just some kind of crazy stuff like that. Ruby obviously executed that very well in that lobby. But going back to Lulu thing, I was saying, yeah, we're probably going to see at least one game or one Lulu in every single game. It turns out that the times we did see it, it even gets to first place. That's really, really scary. That composition obviously on everybody's radar. The thing is, playing it contested is not going to be a good look. So you have to be in that good spot, recognize when you have that, and be the first person to be like, me Lulu / Defen in chat. So, you know, if anyone else contests you, it's them griefing you, because it's just such a strong comp.
Do we start seeing people holding Lulus early game?
That's like Mortdog's favorite thing ever.
Just everyone hold Lulus.
Yeah, make sure no one can get the Lulu. I mean, online and going. I thought it was really interesting as well to see that the Pantheon carry was picked there for Basso Skills first place. So I think seeing how hero augments are going to play a role might also spice things up a little bit, as we didn't get one in Lobby A. So, hey, we still have 5 more games to go, and we're going to be taking a short break to get ready for game number 2. We'll see you guys shortly. It's day 1 here of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals, and we have Game 2 upon us as we welcome back Admirable and Frodan to the casting desk to take you through this next one. And Dan, I gotta start by asking about what happened in Lobby B, because we ended up seeing that 6th Heart composition win over there as well. So what was going on?
Yeah, so it ended up being a 1-1-1 hero augment setup, which led some people to reroll and some people to use it to try to tempo. And you saw Boss of Skills able to play Lulu, which, you know, heading into this weekend, we expected Lulu to be an S tier composition, the best reroll, most consistent, can win out. And Boss of Skills was able to show you why in Lobby B. But also, it was kind of crazy because some other players hit really early, like Wei Iverson, for example, hit KO3 almost naturally by 3-1 with like 45 gold. He barely missed out on top 4 for 5th place because that 3-2 prismatic augment. So it was kind of insane. A lot of power spikes in the lobby. I want to give a shout out to Kurum, though. He almost brought it all the way back. It went almost to the end of stage 7. But Kurum lost one final fight and then ended up taking a 2nd place. Really close, but overall, it was a lot of fun action back and forth.
I love that you were able to give us that storyline there, because we saw like, oh, Kurumex doing really well there, getting a 2nd place. You got Sox with a 3rd, so you love to see kind of the old guard being able to put up some good results early. I didn't know it was kind of a comeback there for Kurum, so love to be able to see that for him. But heading into our next game, we're going to be following Lobby C, Admirable, and you were kind of checking things out over there, so what was going on?
Yeah, I was getting kind of distracted by some of the highlights that Dan was shouting out on. I mean, you know, it's a lot more difficult to follow one lobby by yourself when you're trying to take notes on what's going on. So just, you know, get inspired a lot by Dan in that one. But I can kind of update you as we move along through this lobby, because we're going to be watching Lobby C as we move into this one.
Yeah, let's get right into it then. Take it away.
So game number 2, the North American Regionals for Monsters Attack is underway. And Dan, I have to say, this was a very aggressive lobby in game number 1. Not really too surprising to see, I think, when you take a look at the lineups, but walking away with the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in this one was just pretty wild differences, I think, from what I would have expected.
Yeah, that's right. In tournament, you end up playing a lot more aggressive in general because you can't get away with as much. People are used to, in solo queue, not rolling very often or greeting one extra round before leveling to maximize their economy. You can't really do that and expect to get off scot-free. You're usually going to take a really big loss, or if it's a situation where you mess up your tempo, it can really get yourself off the rails. So that is just the beginning. So if you're expecting some standard gameplay that you might watch your favorite streamer on ladder, that's not going to happen this tournament.
Yeah, and Robivan, I think, demonstrated that pretty well, where he was being a little bit greedy with some of his economy, but overall I think was in a reasonable position with the 3-2 augment that came into place. It was hero augment at that spot. It was a 2-2-3 on the hero augment as well. They ended up taking Sivir carry and kind of stabilizing pretty well after that. The early game for the players was kind of back and forth on win streaks, again, because it was so aggressive. It was hard for players to really find one spot. You know, in particular, DQA was the player that was on the opening with the losing streak, but got very punished by the fact that it was so aggressive. So to watch Robivan stabilize the board, I'd say through stage 3 and through stage 4, and then able to just scale out of control into a powerful board at the end, it was really something to watch, because I think it's going to be one of the harder things that you do in a lobby like this.
All right, well, we're taking a look at the first augment here, and we're seeing in gold tier. Does have the opportunity to take Portable Forge, which is pretty generic.
Wow.
Okay, so he's taking a Thrill the Hunt when he had duelists in. So clearly he has something in mind. Thrill the Hunt's particularly really good with fast-based compositions like duelists, and it also kind of makes it for the lack of damage or lack of sustain that you actually have in it. So I am curious about it, but Robivan is going for a underground opening, so Thrill is really powerful for early game tempo, so I'm kind of surprised that Robivan chose to play a slower version, but he's going to slam this guard breaker. And I think that with that being said, he has that free vest, meaning that he can try to look for a lock of the Iron Solari to give that front line to duelists. We'll see, though. A lot of TFT can still be left to be played, and maybe Robivan's got a couple tricks up his sleeve. He is a player that's known to play slightly off meta whenever he has an opportunity to do so. Maybe we'll see that this game.
Yeah, you know, that's one of the things that I always want to comment on, is I feel like Thrill the Hunt has not been a super strong performing augment. And with Portable Forge at the opening, it is very surprising in mind. It does tell me that he has something in mind, and I think you've spelled it out pretty well with having a vest after slamming a guard breaker. You know, take your extra cash while you can get it with an underground start, and then figure out where to actually turn those tables and really swing it back around. As we're taking a glimpse around the lobby, we saw Dish Soap have a second win. We're seeing Deepay with preparation there. We're seeing, wow, this is another one too. Like, this is just so much gold that Ripple Overdrive is going to have at the start with options.
Yeah, I think the player that has the strongest direction straight up is Garchomp Pro. He has a Mascot Crest. Mascot Crest, I believe, is the second highest gold tier augment you can have currently in the game behind Infiniteam Crest. It just gives you a lot of stats. A lot of compositions are not well equipped to deal with a lot of HP. Also, not a lot of compositions ready to deal with Gnar 2 at 2-2 either. So Ripple Overdrive has a fantastic amount of direction, can lean into Gadgetines. I think with the recent nerfs to Gnar and Gadgetines in the 13.9B patch, a lot of people expect Gnar and Gadgetines to be less often played, not to mention that you can't get a +1 Gadgetine crest or crown until stage 4-2. However, a lot of people who know this line still understand that it's very powerful, and in fact it got recently a buff because of the fix to pranksters with that Gadgetine buff. A patch ago we had a situation where prankster would remove the Gadgetine buff entirely so people avoided it, but now that it's better, you can toss an Echo and you have more options to itemize your composition and flesh it out. You don't have to just stick to that Sona Morgana if you don't have to.
Ripple Overdrive finished in third place with Spread Shot Vayne in the previous lobby. As we're getting a glimpse at Asa's board, and Asa, I think, had a bit of a rough run where Asa was actually playing the Gadgetine line as well, but I don't feel like it just quite got there. He found a Nunu off of the stage 4 carousel and just really wasn't ever able to stabilize the board. You know, went into stage 5, had a decent looking spot, but just the compositions were so powerful. In this one, we're seeing him with preparation on the opening, and Dan, I feel like preparation has got to be one of the stronger early augments that you can find.
Yeah, it's not strong immediately. You expect preparation players to lose because they end up having to put their units that they want to prep and give those stats and play them later in stage 2. Now, Asa might get to have the best of both worlds if he can 3-streak, but this is a Gnar 2, and this Gnar is not going to be denied. It doesn't have the Gadgetine, but it's just so much damage. Ooh. It was a little closer than I thought it would be, and there is a little bit of clumping going on, but Ezreal without actual damage is not going to be able to get it done with quick draw, so Asa does lose. But he kind of expected that to eventually happen. He was just hoping that he'd be able to put that 3-streak together.
Yeah, I think it's a great summary on it as well. Deepay looked like they were also on preparation, and I know that Deepay is an augment that he absolutely loves to play. And again, I feel like in high-tempo style lobbies, it is going to be powerful about that. You take your couple early losses, you get some carousel priority on stage 2, stage 3, and then you try to slingshot yourself forward and really take over the rest of it from there. We're seeing a 2-item regular carousel, and I feel like these are some of the better performing ones for high tempo play as well. You're just getting more options and more options consistently throughout.
Man, this mechanic is one of my favorite things about Glitched Out set 8.5. I'm gonna miss it a lot. I think the 2-item carousels helps a lot of early awkward itemization. Not to mention it gives you a ton of planning possibilities from Lose Streak, because you're able to take 2 components and therefore try to optimize for the Krugs item situation React. So I personally think that it's a really powerful setup for some of the players that specifically need item combinations. I will say that a couple of looks around makes it seem that it's going to be a heavy AP lobby. You saw Disrupt already had a Archangel Slam. You saw that Asa was leaning towards quick draws while holding the Kaisa pair. You see Mascots with a Shiv Slam on Garchomp, who can play that Rift Walkers, but lean probably more towards things like Vex and potentially Aurelion Soul. So this is going to be an AP heavy focused lobby. And the question that I want to throw out there would be, who's going to be the few takers of AD? It's not like AP is so much better than AD that you should not be playing AD whatsoever. It's totally viable, especially if it's uncontested completely. I don't think it's going to be a pure uncontested of AD, because it does seem like, for example, Garchomp's going to want to play that Jhin for the Rift Walkers. But I do have some questions moving to the mid to late game of who's going to try to take that lane.
Yeah, I'd say when you just ask players around the board what they want to play in a game, like what they're going to favor and what they're going to tend to do, AP lines really stand out. And when everything's that contested, you're going to have to know some alternate lines when they come up in favorable spots. And that was exactly what we saw in last lobby. It felt like there were 5 players who were trying to lean towards AD, to lean towards AP, and specifically using Oxlingers as their front line. But not everyone could follow through on that. Players had to deviate at that point, and players started doing wild things. And we just saw AP player after AP players constantly take those slots in I'd say 7th through 4th at that point. You know, one player squeaks away with a 4th, but everyone felt like they were struggling a lot to really stabilize their AP boards.
All right, well, we're seeing DQA try to finish off the streak here. DQA, a player that's very just kind of gone under the radar these days because he's focused more on his real life responsibilities, but he has this weekend the opportunity to become the first North American player to make it to not 1, not 2, but 3 championships in his career. He does lose though, so no one off to the ideal start. Ripple, the closest thing to it, on a 4 streak right now. Asa did pick up a second bow, by the way, which was huge. He slammed Giant Slayer, and the caveat to his slam was that he might not have access to that bow for Shiv for Kaisa later on. Has found a second bow, so that is good news for Asa. Bad news for DQA, and we'll see what ends up happening here as we take a look at Deepay's board and see what's up there.
Yeah, 5 loss streak here for Deepay. And you'd mentioned it, the early start with preparation is really where you can be at your weakness. But now a lot of stuff's starting to get prepped. We're starting to see items get a little bit more fleshed out. 72 on a 5 loss streak, that is not that bad. You're going to have a pretty strong amount of gold with this. You're going to start figuring out where your team's coming together. This is kind of the nature, I feel like, of preparation, is that you're kind of playing on a little bit lower economy so that you can try to figure out how your team's going to come together and how it's going to fit.
Yeah, now we come to an interesting point of whether or not we're able to get a hero augment. Deepay clearly angling for spread shot. I think he wants to consider a Shojin slam onto Vayne, which is kind of unusual. Shojin Runin's Hurricane was a combination we played in set 1 because the on hit would give you the mana procs, but not something that you see very often now. It's because of a unique interaction with Vayne where she fires her Silver Bolt, and because to avoid fizzling, she will cast again, and does end up having a really powerful interaction with Shojin because I believe that that bolt also counts towards her next auto. So we'll see what ends up happening here on 3-2. Does end up going up against another Kaisa setup with Disha with Archangels and Gunblade. I don't know how much Disha's going to stick to Kaisa, but we'll see. Maybe the hero augments can tell the entire story.
Yeah, second win. Also, Disha, I think, one of the biggest second win fans that you can find. Just playing in North America in general. I feel like he never passes that unless he's already got a second win on the lineup for that one. So continuing the loss streak there for Deepay, and as you said, angling for the spread shot on that one. I think it's absolutely the case. We're seeing another gold instead, and so this does not guarantee that we're seeing a hero augment on 4-2 as well. It's just kind of more power up for the players right now.
Yeah, gold is really interesting. We have a 75% chance for a hero augment and a 25% chance of no hero augment this game, so pay close attention to that. Deepay rolls and he sees everything that he could possibly want for a Rift Walker line. He rolled past a Jhin. Aso Viego, he could have had it all. He's rolling, see if he can try to get 2-star duelists in. So he's going to go for 6 duelists. And now with his itemization, he has an opportunity to go for a Locket. That is 1. And then he could go for a Static Shiv. That could be 2. But then what does he want to do with the rest of his items? A little bit on the awkward side here. Can you go for double Runin's Hurricane? That is pretty aggressive. So the Shiv would be something for Twisted Fate later on, but we'll have to see if Deepay's double Runin's Vayne 1 will be able to stabilize him, because this is a very crucial time for Deepay. Duelists do not want to play from behind, and he's at 60 HP. He was banking on a spread shot being available to him for a hero augment, but because he missed it, he's just gonna have to make do with this.
Yeah, I feel like this is what you have to do at that point, is you have to try to hit that tipping point and really take it away. You know, I'd say from Deepay's spot, there's a chance you're hoping that there isn't a hero augment that comes into it. I've also seen the Locket spread that's like one of the biggest differences I feel like you can get in the duelist lineup, is having access to Locket. When you don't have access to Locket, it feels like that lineup completely changes. So we'll check in on Deepay a little bit later, see where he's at. Robovan, meanwhile, sitting at the bottom of the lobby because of this underground start. It's had 49 HP here, and you're coming off a win in the previous game. Like, does it feel like he's taking risks to you? We're seeing Thrill into Exiles. Like, this is a pretty aggressive start with a not so aggressive team that was put together because of underground.
Yeah, RC is particularly interesting to me. I'm not entirely sure what direction that he wants to go to. My instinct says that he might be thinking about playing Laser Core, which is quite unusual. I think the most realistic thing that Robovan's going to try to go for is a Mech Samira, but that's kind of fading out of the metagame a little bit, largely because it's just not actually very strong against a lot of the AP boards. It doesn't matter how good your mech is if Aurelion Soul is killing all of your backline while your mech stalls, and then all of a sudden Garen has to fight against 5 or 6 units. So I'm a little bit scared here for Robovan, and that loss actually has accelerated it. If we take a couple more losses like that, it's going to be lights out. So I'm actually starting to get very worried for Robovan.
I am very worried for Robovan. It is 37 HP in a lobby like this. That is, you gotta start turning it around, and you got to do it quick, or things are gonna go south. Just a pretty basic carousel that we're seeing. DQA getting a glove with a Warwick here. I'm trying to look across this right now, and it's just, I feel like the items don't feel ideal for basically anyone right now. It feels like everyone is trying to scrape something together and say, I mean, this is what I gotta have to fight.
Well, that's what TFT is. You can't really play for the optimal scenario. This is one of the units that could utilize exactly the item set that we have. Take a look at our admin. Generally speaking, anything that gives AD or attack speed is preferred for Warwick. And now we could probably sell this Kale as well. I would like to see stronger reaction here for Robovan. I don't think he's building up a board that's strong enough to potentially win out. And so if he's willing to sack more HP, let's say he does end up hitting a really strong board and stabilizing, is he going to be able to have enough HP to take losses versus other really strong boards and not take like a loss so bad that he goes bot 4? I don't think so. We'll see. It does look like he has a good matchup going against Asa, who's still carrying Lucian 2. Lucian holding Last Whisper Giant Slayer, so that's quite a weak setup here. Asa is okay with sacking this couple rounds. So a nice win here for Robovan, which is desperately needed because he was so far behind the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, he's going to string together a lot of those as well. I think an Ascension come into effect, and I feel like that the Mascots team is definitely one that you're welcoming on the Ascension side of things. How much of an impact does it have on how long can you stay alive? That's really going to be the difference to that one. So for Robovan, we're going to stick around here, it looks like, for another round as we try to get this sorted out. But I think you spelled this one out perfectly. That this is what they're going to be reliant on is having this Warwick in play. You have Thrill the Hunt, that's like an extra item. You're having the Exiles in play. That's going to buy you a ton of time on your Brawler front line. You're going to keep Warwick away from the middle of things for quite a while. Like this is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is his strongest board. He's still playing Kale 2 and GP 1. I feel like if you put these items, for example, RFC on Warwick and then teched in, say, Shen as the defender of choice, I feel like you would actually have a better result than just playing the Wukong pair. And I think for Robovan, I would personally favor like playing a little bit lower eco instead of going to 40 to make sure that I can get that win, because losing would be disastrous. And oh my goodness, the Twisted Fate ramping up. That is bad news. And Robovan gets an unfortunate loss again. And I think with that, will almost certainly secure a bottom 4 finish unless something magical happens and he hits like Warwick 2 on 7. I don't think Robovan is going to be pushing for top 4 anytime soon.
And this is exactly what we were seeing in the first game in this lobby as well. It was just very aggressive player and players trying to scrape together anything they could, unless you were kind of blessed with the miracle, as you just kind of said with it. You have to put something together. As we're seeing Dish Soap start to piece together what he's looking for again. It's going to be Ox Spellslingers for this one. He had Salvage Bin in the first one, so he was very aggressive with the items, of course. You're trying to roll him over into the next spot, and into the next spot, and into the next spot. But Dish Soap finished in 6th place in that previous lobby just because everyone was so powerful. His lineup was contested, so he wasn't able to get ideals. But now we're looking at pairs of everything with a Nigo 2 right off the bat.
It's huge.
Wow.
It's huge. And now this gives some really strong direction, because I think a lot of people feel like when they look at Oxford Spellslinger, it's about Twisted Fate. But the reality is you can carry Nico. It's something that I think people don't explore enough about the Spellslinger tree. They think it's all about one carry, but what makes Oxford Spellslinger such a versatile S tier composition is you can carry pretty much, you can itemize pretty much anybody that's on this board. And Nico is actually quite solid, and if he can get easy being green on the hero augment, he will be in a great spot. Going up against double Locket from DPay, still stuck on Vein 1, but has since found Twisted Fates, and that kind of lack of damage from DPay will be his downfall, because he can't even deal with an 82 with Warmogs at the moment. Dish Soap has stabilized, and now we get to see who is going to be hitting the necessary hero augments and what tier will it be.
This is such a crucial round. Robovan taking another loss. down to 18. The next place is Asa at 45.
Oh my
We're seeing a
god.
3-3-4.
That's massive for DPay because now he can hit spread shot. This is exactly what he needed. Oh my goodness gracious. And now he finally hits a couple of other units. He hits Vayne 2. Looks like he's going for everything 3-star, which is not going to be easy to do. He's going to have to pick and choose. He has 7 Fioras. He's got 5 Yasuos. He's got 6 Neelas and 4 Vaynes. And he has a duplicator. So this is going to be a little bit tricky in terms of managing, but we'll see. If DPay can use this duplicator to perhaps stabilize, even use it as faith, for example, on Neela 3 to make sure that he gets the double locket value on 3 stars, that could be good. But then the end of the question would be, who else is also matching the tempo right now? Because DPay does look very, very strong. I believe that he could win the next few fights here. Oh my god, it's DQA! The dog Quinn abuser is back. No Quinn, but he's got this Warwick 2 ready to go.
It's just, I mean, Warwick is just a perpetual part of DQA's boards if that's able to be given to it. But like you said, DPay's looking very strong, and frankly, I can't really disagree. You have 2-star everything. You have preps across the board on a lot of your units. And this Vayne is not messing around. It's, you know, if your board is very hefty on those front lines, you're trying to pick apart a lot of different stuff there. So I think a little bit worse on single target, a little bit better when it comes to you know, damage spread out across the board. So they're going to need to piece something together. Robovan taking another loss here.
Yeah.
Issa taking a loss on this one. It feels like Robovan looks like they might be going hard 8th in this one. My gosh, it's crazy how powerful again this lobby is looking.
I mean, I really underestimated the preparation damage with Vayne, but also the lack of damage from DQA. He had Giant Slayer and Quicksilver. That's not exactly a high damage composition. He wants to outscale his opponents, but it looks like in this case, DPay was able to front load that damage. Going back to kind of what we were saying there, Robovan took a Gash Giant Slayer for Morgana, and we kind of mentioned how mech is really hard to stabilize. You can win with it if you're playing really far from ahead, but from the spot that he's in, I don't think he's going to do very much there.
Taking a look at Garchompro, who looks like that they are in a pretty reasonable position with this one. Took the Rammus support augment on this one, and it feels like Garchompro just has a lot of these mascot Riftwalker kind of lines figured out and how they're going to play them through. We saw them have a pretty strong finish with Vex 3-star in the previous one. On this one takes a pretty big loss on this particular round, but I think a lot of things can come together for how this composition ends up building out. I don't say it's ideal right now, but it feels like some players are going to be chasing down some 3-star stuff, and it feels like Garchompro might be one of them.
Ace has this open spat, so now he has a Tactician's Crown. Who else wants a spatula? Those are definitely the items of interest. Kyvix goes for it. Kyvix with an open vest, likely to become an Ox Force emblem. The Ox Force emblem, by the way, has been a very successful change. I don't think the dev team gets applauded enough. Yes, I know I'm an official Riot broadcast, but I'll say it anyways. Great job, Riot Games. I think the Ox Force change has been wildly successful to make sure that the trait feels a lot more reasonable to deal with. Speaking of the being reasonable to deal with here, Asa trying to do a massive pivot, and is this a reasonable pivot or not? He's trying to go for a Riftwalker lateral pivot into Infinite Team Sure Shots. I think this will be the first time I've ever seen it. He doesn't have the Tactician's Crown built. He's just floating 2 spats onto his bench, and also his units are not fully prepped either, so this is a very scary situation for Asa. He makes the Tactician's Crown, but it's a little bit late, and if he can fade this fight and have 20 HP, he'll be good to go. He wants to try to preserve as much. He doesn't want to be down to 1 life. Oh my goodness, though. I don't know if he can stop. This looks like Dish Soap's clone, as Dish Soap does have this Nico too. Samira just not able to deal enough damage right now, and Asa losing here would be massive. Wow. Oh dear, you just have to wonder, what if, Nathan? What if he got +1 unit to help hold that front line for Samira?
I mean, it's a massive difference in that one. You took a spatula off of a carousel so that you could make a Tactician's Crown. It's effectively another level for you at that point, at the spot where they cost the most gold to make. That is one of those spots where you're just tunneled on other stuff because of a lack of practice. I'd say this is one of the least amounts of practice that Asa has actually put in for a tournament. Is this particular regionals. He's taken a step back from streaming, and thus he's taken a step back from practicing the game as much. That is a lack of speed in my eyes.
lack of speed, also a lack of damage. If you look at his comp, he is all in on having Samira deal the entire damage. He's holding a bunch of aces. He's has Mordecai. Oh god, he's running out of time. You gotta get something in play. It's not gonna be Lucian 2. Lucian 2 doesn't do anything. He adds Lucian 2 anyways, just because he's desperate. I think Aesol would have been the unit that he preferred, but this is definitely an act of desperation from Asa. I don't expect him to last very long here. Although DQA still looks like he's in the middle of conserving his resources. He's got 40 gold. He hasn't had to develop a third item onto Warwick. Warwick's on the same side as Samira. Warwick is down. Asa does have to deal with the rest of the units, but good amount of cleanup. So a momentary reprieve, but he got bailed out by the fact that DQA has a pitiful board here at 4-6.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, DQA looks like they're saving up to make a big turn at 8. You know, they have big data on 4-2, and so you're just looking to completely change the way your lineup's looking. Garchomp Pro, we're seeing the 3-star Rammus coming to play right after the carousel. And we got to look at Ripple Overdrive's spot, and at 83 health, Ripple Overdrive walking away with all wins in stage 4. Like, that is, we've talked about this player a lot and how we've had our eye on them the entire time. It's just somebody that I feel like is never going away at this point, where they've hit that curve and everything's going to change. With DQA here having scoped weapons, having the second wind, and having big data, this feels like a team where damage has to be your focus at this point. If you're not building damage, what are you building?
Well, he really needs to find Mordekaiser so he can get the 5 laser core. He also wants to go for the 6 brawler, but he doesn't have a +1 brawler. That's where it ends up becoming kind of awkward. Level and roll goes past the Garen. A lot of people like to include Garen into the mix, and DQA ends up hopping in. Oh dear, more bows or more rods and bows. That's not what he actually needs. He can go for an Edge of Night, but Edge of Night's less important when you have scope weapons as well. So a little bit of an awkward spot. Oh my god, we're carrying Jax and Warwick. This is a terrible spot for DQA.
This is very unusual. I've been seeing a lot of talk about Edge Knight being the most powerful item that you can put on this champion with Warwick, but I feel like the damage is really lacking here, and he cues into D-Pay, who's got a 3-star Nila with 3 lockets on the front line.
Yeah.
The front line's not going anywhere quickly when you're against that. DQA looks like that they are struggling quite a bit here simply because of the lack of damage. Like you said, finding Mordekaiser, finding better items when instead it's just more rods and bows. How do you put together a team at this point without a Mordekaiser?
Oh, close though. That was actually closer than I thought it would be. I thought that DQA would have closed out with those last few units, so nice job preserving HP, but still has not finished losing. Ripple with his early Gnar 3-4 prankster build, a really nice variation of Gadgeting. You don't have to always play 5 Gadgeting, especially if you're not hitting the new. Kyvix does hit at Aesol 2 with Extinction Theory. This is Extinction Event. This is a very powerful augment. Even after the change to your strongest Aesol, about 2 patches ago, when the main strategy that you would play with this was to actually play multiple Aurelion Souls, because it would not only apply to your most powerful Aesol, but now that has helped people realize, wait, Aurelion Soul is still just a really good carry, even without that strongest Aesol, changing it so that you can't spam as many Aesols on the board as possible.
It's like night and day from set 8 to set 8.5 with how this champion's performed as well. Queuing into DQA for this fight. We talked about how damage was what DQA was lacking, and that's kind of showing through here as well with the Ox Force and with the mascots. It's able to get through the front line, but takes quite a while, and now the carries are split. Oh, final spot, but it takes too long to cast!
Yeah, very fortunate fight RNG there for DQA. Asa out in 7th. Garchomp still losing, and it's very close. The question is, who is going to get second behind Ripple Overdrive? It feels like Ripple is destined to win 96 gold, level 8 on an 8 streak, ready to go to 9, find Nunu 2 and close it out. So who can join him? D-Pay has hit Vayne 3 with spread shots, and now is one of those candidates likely to be top 4. So I'm picking Ripple. I'm picking D-Pay. I think Dishop has enough HP, plus he's stabilized with the Spell Slinger. So who else is going to join us in that top 4 between Garchomp, DQA, and Kyvix?
It's pretty tightly packed across the rest of it right now, but this has to be one of the ones you have your eye on. We have 3 stars on this board right now. Not ideal items for the Vayne, but gosh darn it, they're good enough right now. Garchomp Pro gets the Aurelion Soul picked off. A lot of time holding down with this front line, but that's not really the difference here right now. The spread shot plus the 2 Runons is picking apart the rest of that board. Easy win for DPay in that one. Garchompro looking like they're on the chopping block for this one. Everyone else picking up wins. Ripple Overdrive. The king can bleed.
He can bleed, but it actually is actually surprising he didn't lose earlier. This guy has not been rolling his gold. He's not been spending it. He's just amassing it. Rich get richer, so to speak. 96 gold, right? So eventually he's going to spend his gold. It makes sense that he ends up losing here as we take a look. It looks like it's an Ornn item anvil, so everyone will have access to really potential powerful things like Mana Zane, Zonya's Paradox. You have a Rocket Propelled Fist. Maybe even watch out for some of those really subtly strong items in the late game, like Randuins, that I think some people are afraid to pick. But we'll see here as Ripple does have an opportunity to rip this anvil and see what we get. Or he's going to wait to the last second and try to hook when people least suspect it. This is a tactic that some people do, and it is the most honorable way that you can play the Ornn anvil.
I mean, why wouldn't you play this way? It's just free opportunity. The fact that he's not taking an item, I think, is telling people, hey, that's available there.
Uh-oh, but oh no, he might have the transportation bug where he picked an item as he was leaving, and he gets hooked on the other side. So he's just playing down an Ornn item. A slight micro mistake. This is always a possibility you keep in your mind. That's why you want to pop it either after the fight has started or before decisively so you can get the item down. But hey, it might not matter as this Nard 3 is just the honey badger of teamfight tactics. He just does not care. He just goes to the back line, and when you think you have him cornered, he pranksters out of there and just swipes you one more time.
Yeah, I don't think Dan has quite completed that statement for what it's worth, but Ripple Overdrive going to 9 is just enough. Extra units get the job done. A very powerful unit to kick things off as well. Again, it's very tightly packed across the board on that one. Garchompro going to go out in 6th place. Kyvix, Dish Soap, DQA, DPay, Ripple Overdrive battling for that next spot. You mentioned DPay was going to be up second in that one, and he's now taken that spot.
Yeah,
everyone else is battling for what they can get. Kyvix here completely out of gold, just trying to find 2 stars or improvements to the board in general. Because it's a 1-star Echo, you're going to go with the 1-star Leona instead. The thing you're having to do right now is scout for what the Ornn items have brought to the table. If there's not a bunch of rocket propelled fists in your lobbies, you're not worried too much about it. And against DQA here, we saw how this one panned out. DQA did walk away with a win in that previous one, but I think it was a lot closer than the DQA was hoping it would have been.
Well, Kyvix is hoping that the 4 mascot will be strong enough given his front line, but it just doesn't look like it's strong enough. Sentient Theory not able to get it, and now this lack of damage on the Jhin really has showed off. I think this was a questionable choice from Kyvix. He ended up going for 2 out of 3 Renegade with his Riftwalker, because he ended up using the Zac on a mascot to go for 4 mascot, and you can see the lack of damage on the Jhin. It almost looked really underwhelming to the point where it makes me feel like had he had switched that Zac over to the Jhin, potentially that would be a way for him to win fights versus DQA, for example, and squeeze out a narrow top 4. It's very close. Regardless of it, our top 4 has been decided from the 3 players that we mentioned, and it was Dish Soap that was going to, it was DQA that was able to do it. Dish Soap has lost 3 in a row, kind of making me think that this is as far as he'll go. If he's losing 3 in a row and there's 3 people who have won the last few fights, it pretty much means that Dish Soap's just been losing. He's been taking turns losing to the top 3, so 4th might be as far as he goes here unless something miraculous happens in his next couple shops.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for the miracle rolls. I don't even know if they exist or what they are right now. Can an extra item be the difference?
So I'm starting to see what's going on here. Dish Soap actually has not had magic resistance shred this entire game. He has no spark, no shiv, no Morgana, nothing. No hero augment to really amplify that, like Stubborn from Alistar. So maybe this will make the difference maker. DQA did a good job finding himself pulling out a top 4, another miraculous top 4 out of his hat with his old buddy Warwick. You see the fight on the left side, DPay going up against Ripple. Can this Spread Shot Vayne counter the Gnar? Gnar goes to the back line, Robo rages one time, and Vayne is down. So easy dub there for Ripple at level 9. Dish Soap trying to work onto the Warwick able to survive, and all of a sudden Dish Soap is out in 4th place, and DQA is also, by the way, on Jax 3 watch. He's at 7 Jaxes, 2 more, and maybe this DQA guy can show us why he's got to Worlds twice.
I mean, the life totals make a big difference here as well. I mean, DPay, we saw it just absolutely dominated by Ripple Overdrive in that spot. If you're going to get beat that badly, and there's this big of a health gap. We're talking 24-7. Honestly, it's kind of hard to pull out back-to-back wins here and find yourself alive.
It's hard, but it's not impossible. As we take a look at the potential last fight, there could be a massive double kill. I don't think that's the case. DQA would have to take an incredible loss and not kill a single unit. And so DPay is basically fighting for his life. The true damage from Vayne's spread shot should theoretically be very good against the damage reduction, since damage reduction does not affect anything with true damage. And Gnar is not going through the back line, and so Vayne should theoretically be able to clean this up. Really good inclusion, by the way. He teched in Syndra to help throw in more things into the way of that Gnar. And all of a sudden, DQA took a pretty big loss. And second is up for grabs. This would be an excellent second for either player. I think they should be happy with top 3, but can they go for extra? Who's going to get second place between DQA and DPay?
Ripple Overdrive just sat on a bunch of gold 2 here, trying to find this Nunu 2.
Oh my god.
A lot of legendaries, but no Nunu 2s.
No 2s, but Syndra can start pulling things like Mordekaiser 2, Urgot 2 off the bench. And remember, Ripple has a lot of HP to work with.
Double Shojin on the Syndra as well. These are coming into play fast. Getting a good Shroud off. Double perspective. Can DPay beat the ghost of DQA?
Well, the Gnar's on the same side as the Warwick, but Syndra just keeps throwing more stuff in. Double Shojin is just throwing in these 2-star legendaries, and I think DQA is completely overwhelmed. DPay, in the meantime, gets a win versus the ghost of DQA, so that is going to be second place easy for DPay, and shows you the power of that spread shot Vayne. We talked about whether or not he could stabilize with those lockets, with that 3-star Vayne, and was able to do so. I don't think there's much that DPay can do to go beyond this, but how appropriate is it that DPay and Ripple, who are practice partners, are holding hands 1-2? Not to mention, before the regionals have started, DPay filled out a Don't Talk If You Don't Know power rankings ballot and put Ripple Overdrive at rank 1. He firmly believes that Ripple is the strongest player in the field this weekend. And so DPay gets to sort of like have the benefit of getting a really good second and also being correct.
We've just continued to see Ripple Overdrive improve as well. Qualified for this event through Mecha Cup. Had a strong finish in the first lobby. And now for DPay, this is like a big comeback, it feels like, for DPay in the previous one. I feel like this is a player who's going to have strong, consistent finishes, but you cannot find yourself in bottom 4s. He's finding himself in top 4s, and it's doing pretty well here. I think that this fight is pretty set out for me, but I will say the front line here is holding up a lot. The true damage from Vayne is getting a lot of work done because it's spreading out across the board as well. But those big casts, those can be a difference. Syndra throwing in unit after unit, but there's nothing left to throw in. So it's simply the ability. Zonia's getting a big difference and closing out another fight. Is there any chance, really, that DPay brings this back?
Is there a chance? Yes. I mean, just look at what Ripple's doing at this point. He's actually putting a Thief's Gloves onto his Mordekaiser, so that is the unit that gets pulled and will have high impact. But I think it comes down to positioning, actually, is the name of the game. A lot of times, it's not really the problem with the board. As you can see, both boards are capable of being the other. It's really about the positioning. How does Gnar utilize his Prankster and goes to the back line? Where's the Nunu angling? Is it angling towards the Vayne? It is not. In this case, Nunu's likely to go towards the Twisted Fate to start things off, and so that means it's going to be less damage onto this Vayne. Throws in the Mordekaiser. Oh no, he's going to ult laterally across the front line with Skyline's going to avoid Vayne. The longer we let this Vayne live, the more damage it's going to run us over with. Does end up trying to close in. Oh, a big undertow to stall out the Vayne. I think that should do it. No more DPS to try to go for a big spread shot. Now Ripple Overdrive will close it out. Game 2, Lobby C goes to Ripple Overdrive, picking up where he left off from the Mecha Cup off of his second place finish.
Wow. It's been amazing to watch these players because I feel like they haven't skipped a beat when it's come to the Mecha Cup, which wasn't even that long ago, heading into the NA Regional Finals this weekend. And I think it's the whole group that has really been kind of selling it there. I mean, Admirable, what do you make of that group of players that are really trying to like find this consistency and yeah, just like kind of putting their nose to the grindstone there to study up?
Knowledge is the game, and I think that's especially true for set 8 and for set 8.5. There's just so many things that you can do. That's never going to go away in TFT, but it's certainly, I'm expecting it to get a tad reduced in the next set. Hero augments have opened up like a whole new world of what you can do, having over 100 additional augments available in this set in particular. But when you have a group of players who are dedicated and now sharing this information, and now they're all practicing, and they're all well tuned with their play, that's kind of the group that is ideal when it comes into a scenario like this. The question is going to be, how strong can they walk away with it? I think we're seeing a bit of that come into play at this point. The fact that Ripple Overdrive has just consistently gotten better. Now you're in a group of players who are actively studying the game and sharing this information. And then on top of that, you're also exercising that information very well. That is an extremely scary thing coming into a tightly knit tournament like this, where what's the edge? I think the edge is going to be that knowledge.
Man, you just said so many words to just basically say that this guy hit NAR3 at 4-1. He had NAR2 at 2-2. Like, come on, man.
He's literally about to ask about the NAR. Okay, so like just briefly here then, Dan. Like NAR3, yes, that was an obvious factor to be able to play to the power level of the composition. But like, is Gadgeting still an angle that players can go for, or does it require kind of the right storm of things to come into play?
Oh yeah, so let me get something clear. There's gonna be people who get lucky this tournament. Woo! Oh man, there's gonna be people who have the high roll openings, but it's really about how you can convert it. And Ripple Overdrive did a couple of really astute things, right? Recognizing that he didn't have to tunnel super hard on 5 Gadgeting. He recognized that he was playing to his outs with legendaries, and the way he was outfitting the rest of his board meant that he knows what to do when he's in a lucky position. And you have to be able to, a good TFT player knows how to play from every angle. It's not about just playing from the low and mid rolls, but you have to know how to play from the high rolls as well, because you can't pass those opportunities. These are regionals caliber players. Everyone's going to capitalize off it, those really lucky openers. But Ripple might need that, because he might be on the opposite end of things, right? You saw Robovan Kenobi just kind of go 8th like an hour ago, it felt like. You need to figure out what to do in those situations to pull yourself out of those depths. And we'll see whether or not Ripple's able to do that later on the tournament. So far, it looks like he's demonstrating that he understands how to play really strong meta lines when he's from ahead. Can he do it from behind? That's a question we're going to find out later this weekend.
For sure. We still have 4 more games today, and let's go ahead and check out how the rest of our lobbies did as A and B were playing out at the same time. And it looks like we've got Setsuko taking a first place there. Bosso Skills with a second first place. Dan, you were watching this player. What's going on?
Bosso Skills, he's actually a really underrated creative player, and he's been studying and researching TFT a lot more than he's been playing, and I think that's a really underrated attribute that people feel like, hey, I know Setsuko and Dishsoap are rank 1 and 2 in trading those all the time, but there's also a handful of players who are really strong and prepare for tournaments without having to grind infinite ladder games, and I think Bosso Skills goes in that category. Not to mention that Bosso Skills also represents kind of more of a late bloomer in TFT. He's been playing for multiple sets, but he's really come into his stride lately and has made a big jump into his gameplay, specifically at a tournament level. And so I think he represents a lot of hope, right? He's creative. He doesn't jam games nonstop 24/7. He has what people call a social life. I've yet to discover that for myself. And 3, he also is a player that's kind of like not just come out of the gate swinging, right? He didn't play his first set like Wage Iverson really, or like Asa or just like these players who like crushed the rank 1. He was a player who slowly but surely put that improvement progression on track and really inspiring a lot of players. Not to mention he's also a really handsome guy. My God, I'm so jealous of this dude. Get me off the mic.
Admirable, take it away. Look at the compositions that our 3 players that won their respective lobbies with. Are you surprised at anything that you're seeing from these first place comps?
This is, I think, the only set where I don't feel surprised by anything, because everything's different all the time. Aside from the fact when it's not, it's just a bunch of Lulus across the board. I guess that always seems surprising to me for some strange reason. I digress. 5 Renegade on Jin Aurelian Soul for Setsuko. That's the Camille support right off the bat. I feel like Camille support has been one of my favorite augments just in general, but we're also getting to see a glimpse of the Setsuko playstyle where it's no matter what happens, you're going to need that little bit of extra health total. I feel like Tiny Titans is one of the strongest ones you can have there. Buy yourself some extra time, put together an even stronger team. And then, of course, for Setsuko, knowing exactly who you're playing against in the next one, that's one of the most terrifying things I think that you can play against in a lobby. For admin, also kind of a weird one. I'd love to know what this was. but it's the blitz carry as well that's sitting at the front of this one. And that's just one of those spots where I feel like if you can't take this down, you're in a bad spot for that one. And we saw the Ripple Overdrive line take place, as Dan had said, being able to capitalize on these kinds of spots where you have these supremely powerful openings and these supremely powerful mid games, and then as soon as the early late game starts, you're still in that style of spot. You have to be able to convert those, and I'd say that against this type of field, that is one of the harder things that you can do, because everybody else typically knows how to do it as well. We're not at that point where you have this pure edge where you're just, oh, I play really well, and so I play better than everybody else. You have to have every single angle figured out, because the moment you miss one, you've now lost some points. That's something you cannot afford to do in this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is 24 of North America's finest TFT players battling it out against each other. I'm sure we're in for more incredible gameplay and surprises this weekend. But that's just our first 2 games of the day. We're going to take a short break, reseed our lobbies, and come back for game number 3. We have reseeded our lobbies, and now we're back with the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals, day number 1. We're heading into Game 3 very shortly, and we've got Casanova and Crowan back on the desk to take you through this next one. And before we get into it, I want to give some more love and admiration to Basso Skills, because that's back-to-back first places. We're going to be following Basso Skills again as we look forward to our next lobby, and Dan had lots of high praise to be able to sing for this particular player. But Casanova, what else is there that's making this work for Basso Skills this weekend so far?
Well, I think, big thing, the study group coming through, right? Basso and Ripple both up there. We saw Deepe have a good game as well. I mean, that whole group together has put up some good performance, and Basso leading the pack currently with the double first place. But I think everybody from that group, we still have to just be watching. They're playing some great TFT, and we're gonna see how much they dominate the top 16 when we get to day 2.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. I mean, it's still only 2 games down, and we have 4 more games to go, so I feel like there's still a lot that can shake up here, and a lot of other players that we haven't necessarily gotten to highlight just yet, Crowan. Let's talk about Sox for a second, because I feel like Sox has always been somebody that has been on everyone's radar, but what can you tell us about that player and just their performance so far today?
Yeah, performance today has been really solid. I think first looking back to mid set, like Ego Sox came out and was like, oh yeah, I'm feeling really confident. I think I'm gonna gap the field, and didn't do that. Overall, his set has been fine, nothing spectacular, but I think he's actually in really, really good form right now. We just talk about the form of players of the caliber like Sox when we come into events like regionals. So it's kind of, I think Sox is a player that can really go back and forth, but he's playing really well, and I think his style of play has been kind of, at least the past couple of games, similar to Setsuko. They've both been playing kind of really tempo-oriented styles of play. Sox not able to cap out maybe as high as Setsuko has, but still has been doing really, really good. So excited to see if Sox can keep that one up.
We're gonna find that out as we jump into game number 3 here. So Casanova and Crowan, have fun with this one.
Thanks so much, Necra. Crowan, game number 3 here at the Monsters Attack Regional Finals. And we're going to jump on board with our points leader currently, Basso Skills. Dango Squad, here's Malala coming to say hi. Thank you. There's another one, Jaden Zielinski, but he's a different color Dango this time.
That's fine. Still Dango squad.
Everybody's got the Dango crew coming through.
Malala's not even checking his own board. They're just hype each other up. Let's go.
He's like, good job, Basso, 2 first. That's sick.
Oh, I love to see that camaraderie amongst the best NA TFT players. Now we got to make some actual decisions on the board, but this is really huge for Basso, that big study group, because Basso has not had the most consistent set by any means. He went 12th in Defender to 112th in Corrupted, 3rd in mid set to 126th in Mecha. So it's been really an up and down kind of set for Basso. His average is still decent with 4.33 over all of these tournaments, but now big Basso has come out to play.
Yeah. All I'm hearing is he's on the up right now, right? We had the up, we had the down, we had the up, we had the down. Well, I guess there's only one place to go from here. We're back up. And it's starting off strong with 2 first places. Basso looking to be in form for this tournament. And, with those 2 firsts, he's set himself up really nicely to make it to day 2 already, right? Even though there's a lot of games to play. Yes, it probably could be all thrown away by like 3/8 in a row, 4/8 in a row, but he set himself up for a really good spot to make it to day 2. And it doesn't end there though, right? We talked about at the top of the day, there is still the average placement qualifier to get into Worlds as well. And Basso is setting himself up so nicely on day 1 with these this double first place. If he can just keep this up, keep it up through the next 2 days, he's going to be in a really good spot for that.
Yeah, definitely. That makes every game count, right? Even though there's not like, bonus points like going forward from the days, there's going to be the average placement you always have to think about. So maybe a player like Basso Skills, right, going to be in a way better spot than say like Clear, who might not even make it to day 2. Clear's gone 8-8 so far, did rank himself first amongst the whole pool, but might be going dead last. You're talking about, oh yeah, surely, a player won't go, triple eighths. Clear is 1 game away from that one. Hopefully not though. But Basso definitely on the up and up. Those spikes have been doing better each time though, right? Did 12th at Defender and then 3rd at mid set. Regionals, he's looking real prime right now, especially with a good opener as well. Couple duelists, nothing crazy, but that Ionic Spark Warmog's Nasus is going to be killing some units. Even if it's not going to be win streak, they're going to be good losses coming through.
Yeah, and it looks like this first one is going to be a very close fight, but 2 units left against the Morgana. We'll see if she can take them both out. I think generally these two should be able to get through here with that duelist buff. One more cast from Morg, but yeah, they're going to get it. And that's going to be a win for Bosso. He still has a couple pairs here as well, right? So he's got a lot of potential to make this board spike even harder.
Yeah, moving over to Sox. Sox, again, like I was saying just a few minutes earlier, is looking to be in pretty good form right now, is playing really, really well in that kind of tempo style of play. And when it comes to high stakes TFT tournaments, it seems like the tempo is always turned up, especially when we compare it to ladder, when all these players are greeting. You know, this isn't, you know, Disneyland ladder. There's not gonna be players who you can just, you know, get free fight wins. It's going to be a lot grittier of competition, so players are, you know, forced to roll down a lot earlier. That's why in game number 1, even we were seeing a lot of players being kind of stuck on level 7, rolling it down because they were feeling the pressure. I think Sox does thrive in a situation like that, and that's why he's found some solid success so far, going back-to-back thirds.
What is this board from Malala? He has two-star 2 costs on 2-2. It's a lot of 2s going on.
Yeah, almost looks like maybe got true 2s, but no, it
it's
didn't.
Spellslinger Heart.
Yep. That.
But like Malala, we've seen play Draven in the past, but he has Spellslinger Heart, so it's probably not Draven, even though he could have a 4th Draven here.
Very close to losing that, actually. Barely won.
Yeah. Okay, never mind. We'll see more about that later. Malala, another player from the study group with Bosso, right? We talked about him at the start, being on that Dango squad, having a great performance at the same tournament that Bosso did. Making it very far with that study group, so we'll keep our eyes on Malala as well as we check in with JD. Once again, we got a tier on a Morgana, looking for that static Shiv.
Yeah, JD we saw earlier went second last game, went 4th, so still back-to-back top 4s, not too shabby. Took the uplink, already has some really good AP items. It is only uplink 1, but still going to get a lot of value coming through. But I did actually want to talk for a second about Leo study groups again, because we've brought it up, but I think we haven't really said the value of what that brings, and the fact that there is such a massive study group with what Bosso, Clear, Deepay, Malala, Spetham, Ripple Replay, and Wasion. That is a lot of minds coming together, and everyone's going to be approaching TFT in a different way. Sure, some players have similar play styles, but when you have that many minds coming together, you get so much more perspective that you wouldn't even think about in some situations. So all sharing that knowledge just puts you in such a better spot. You know how your other competitors might be thinking, because there's only, you know, kind of so many ways that players are going to be playing TFT. Sure, there's some nuances that you can pick up from anybody, but the value of that, like I'm kind of rambling on about, it is going to be so massive.
Yeah, we're gonna check in here on the item carousel. What items everybody's got slamming? Static Shiv probably gonna end up being the most popular item in the entire tournament. I think rightfully so. Incredibly strong right now, and is, of course, with that interaction with Morgana. In the early game, it's such a great tempo item that does scale into the late game, because you do want Shred for all these strong AP compositions. We'd already have 2 slammed in this lobby, and I expect there to be even more before the end of it, as we jump on board with Kindle Gem, somebody who got in from I believe, where did Kindle Gem got in from?
From Mecca.
From Mecca, right? Yeah. He squeezed in at the very end of Mecca. I actually remember. Yeah. I was casting this. He got in very close on a 4-way tiebreaker. And one of the big things. Holy. Yeah. One of the big things that for him getting in was one final lobby where he had to place very high in. He was holding everybody's 2 costs on the 2 cost reroll. Absolute rat gameplay, which we love to see at high level TFT. And I think Kindle Gem is a player that really impressed at that tournament. And he was someone I had no idea about going into Mecca. So I'm excited to see Kindle Gem here at regionals and see if he can continue to play well against the best of the best.
We can already be thinking about some of those kind of concepts as well. Holding the Lulus, he's utilizing them, but I think there were a couple other players in this lobby trying to maybe actually just play Lulu as a composition, but he's just using it for tempo, pressing levels, playing Gadgettine opener, and doing it really well. Finds another Lulu for Lulu too as well. Already slammed the Shiv, slammed the Archangel, gets an Ionic Spark, which, you know, is going to be not as valuable as it could have been because there's already a Shiv there, but still, Kindle Gem setting himself up very well for a 5 streak potentially. Kindle Gem's a player that, yeah, we don't know that much about them. They didn't really do very well in their first couple of tournaments of the set, didn't get to mid set, but then spiked barely in the Mecha Cup, as you're talking about. So I think there's a lot of question marks, a lot of expectations, maybe in kind of thinking, what can this player do? Can they show up and compete against the best? Answer is looking to be yes right now, but still, 4 more games to go.
All right, going up against Malala. This is fighting for that full streak into Krug's. Really big fight here. A lot of implications on it. Looks like Malala does have it handled, though. The Draven, a couple more auto attacks trying to get through, and he gets it. So Kendall Jim gonna lose out on the 5-win streak. Malala going to take it for this game. That is massive for Malala carrying on through this with those early 2-star 2 costs.
Yeah, massive stakes for both players there. Losing out on that from Kindle Gem is going to set his economy back a ton. Kind of unlucky matchmaking there as you're like, oh, let's just not run into their win streaker, please. But you do, and unfortunately is the loser. Huge for Malala, though, as you're talking about, as we do take a look at Robin, who, just slamming some generic good items. These could go for kind of anything, similar with the augment as well. Second wind can go to a lot of different variations as well. Robin not committing to anything at this point, just playing an early game laser core. 4 losses in a row, stabilized a decent amount of HP. 76 is not bad at this point, so still a lot of direction for him to go to.
Yeah, a lot of gold for Robin as well with this loss streak, doing really good for himself. He can sell up to 40 if he wants here also, so we'll see if he ends up selling that. He does. 40 gold. Up to 50 on 3-1 for Robin. And as you said, very flexible direction, right? He's got plenty of places that he can go. And it's just about using this economy now to start to make big moves.
Oh, I was thinking about like,
okay.
Yeah, that's actually something I want to get a little bit a kind of deeper look into, is the Last Whisper slam there, because one of the most popular compositions right now is going to be that Jhin Renegade, but Jhin Renegade honestly doesn't really want to build Last Whisper that much, just because if you do get a Shiv Morgana, you're going to want to play Morgana a lot of times in that composition, and that provides your armor shred. So it's basically a 4th item for free on Jhin. Thinking about other units that work pretty well with Last Whisper, yeah, you can go the direction of Warwick, you can go like Belveth or something, maybe even Samira, even though Samira has fallen off a little bit with Samira Mech. If you go Infinity Team Samira, it's a little bit better, however, but Robin just wants to slam something. He's still on level 4 right now, just wants his board strong enough as possible, maybe killing 1 or 2 more units. Only is able to kill 1 of Sox's board, however, so that slam maybe not the most value thing for him.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to see if he gets some direction here. I mean, time and a half, you could go before the Infinity Team route we talked about, but doesn't have kind of the rest of what you'd want for an Infinity Team start. I mean, there's Morgana, that's an option there, and yeah, it is just gonna be Morg, but then might be losing some value with this slam of that Last Whisper. Now, of course, it would require Robin to actually have a Shiv for the Shiv aspect of Morgana to happen, and maybe we just don't build Shiv now because you already have the shred here with the Last Whisper and you look for other items.
Yeah, of course the Shiv if you're going AP direction, yeah, but I think that Last Whisper commit obviously is just going to be going towards AD. Robin kind of double leveling there, passing leveled up to 5 and then spent a lot of gold to go 6, put in a Blitzcrank and a Morgana. It's just not going to be anything super crazy. This is Robin really needing to have a good level 7 roll down, get lucky on that, otherwise he's probably doomed for a bot 4, and there's really not much he can do about it from this position. He didn't high roll early game, just has to make the best of a kind of very mediocre situation.
Yeah, but I do like the just utilizing threats, being able to stay flexible on that hero augment. You're not sure what you're going to go. This still allows you to hit multiple things on 7, so it's not like relying to just hit one specific unit. And we'll see what Robin ends up hitting when he gets to that point. When he gets to 7, I do expect a big roll down, and we'll see if Robin can high roll enough to stabilize and pull this into an even better situation. As we check out Malala, looks like he'll finally be losing that streak here. Going up against, it looks like that was Basso, or was Basso just visiting the board?
It might have been Basso. I did see the little dango there.
I just saw a dango hanging out, you know?
Yep, clear, going for reroll Lulu, but is only on 2 Lulus, level 5, 20 gold at 3-3. Yikes.
So I guess, I mean, we were talking about the 3/8 in a row not being super likely, but this spot looks like an 8th. At least there's 2-star Lulu. There's some big hits there. Okay, finding some Lee Sin, finding some outfights. Maybe we can get out of here, right? We got prep going. Not a lot of gold, but maybe we get some more shops like that, and Clear can find his footing.
Yeah, this is backwards. There's 6 Lee Sins, 6 Malphites, and only 3 Lulus and 3 Pantheons, which is yeah, just very, very backwards for where this comp wants to be. There's no Ionic Slam yet. You want that as probably the most important item of the composition. Yes, there is going to be a free rod, and low HP Clear is going to be able to pick up a cloak from this carousel. Has items in Lulu, but the most important item on Lulu is going to be blue buff and then a gunblade. Did slam the jewel gauntlet as well, so needs to find another rod on top of the one that he already has. Okay, the item anvil is going to make that a little bit easier, as I think Clear is going to go for this cloak here. He's thinking about it though.
Yeah, he's thinking. I mean, it should be the grab, as you said. Needs to find that Ionic. Important note, Kindle Gem, we talked about earlier, having those Lulus, playing that Gadgetine angle, so it is kind of contesting Clear in that sense. He is denying. Now, I don't know that was Kindle's intention this time around. I think more he's just like, hey, this is my comp right now.
Yeah.
But it is making it harder for Clear on these roll downs, the fact that Lulus are out of the pool, but it's not like an egregious amount of Lulus. I think Kindle Gem just has the 3, so yeah. Clear just not finding the rest of that composition. And here's Robin going to 7. We talked about this reroll. We set it up. Let's see what he hits. There's a Jin right away, so that may just be the direction he wants to go. Samir is an option. But there's the Rift Walkers. He's got all of them available. Finds the Pike, finds the Vex, and we've got a Jin game.
We do have a Jin game. Last Whisper, of course, leading towards the AD route, but Robin still is on tier 1 everything. No upgrades are found means that he's still not going to be in a great situation. 7 losses in a row. The only round he won was 2-1. Going up against Kindle Gem in this one, however, and Kindle Gem is on Nard 2, that double BT. I don't think Robin has the damage to get through it.
He's got great items on this Jin, though. I do think that is the big benefit here. And the crowd control from Morgana on the right side, going to be hitting that Gnar over and over. It's close, but because of that regen from the double BT, a little bit too much, right? Needs to be able to kill it in one Morgana stun, and not being able to get through that whole HP bar in just one.
Yeah, rolling down on 7 and still losing your next round, it feels real bad. Sure, the loss streak plus 3 gold, woohoo, but that's only gonna do you so much good. Roby Van Kenob, not a lot of gold on this side either. Where is all the gold gone? This is level 6. 21 gold on 3-6, still is only on 1 LeBlanc for the carry right now. I guess rolled it down really aggressively at 3-2 to stabilize, and yeah, won a couple of rounds, but that Annie and Neela upgrade did not do enough work. This is really a spot from behind for Roby.
Yeah, we're gonna see some free falling from Roby Van Kenob here. Gonna be losing a lot of HP. At least he was able to hold on to 76 up until this point, but that's gonna start dipping real fast. It's gonna take a while for him to stabilize this too, because he's 21 gold. He's not even close to level 7, and there's not even a clear, complete direction on the comp, right? Like, we are playing AP. We're playing, Oxford Spellslingers, but we're level 6. So it's a very rough spot for Roby.
Yeah, looking over the other side of the board for Sox. Sox slams QSSs, I think, more than anybody else in the early game, but is able to make those transitions work out very well, whether it be like a Warwick or a Belveth as well. I think the item is going to be pretty good on both of those carries. Roby, at least, is going to stabilize for now, but taking a look at this cash out, Infinity Force, Death's Defiance potential for Sox, and yes, is going to take that one.
That's really solid synergistic items with each other. Just gotta find somebody to hold on to that. Currently playing the 6 brawler.
Hey, he has the laser core on the bench as well, so it definitely looks like a Warwick angle.
Those are crazy Warwick items. Actually, those are pretty disgusting.
Yeah, it has the +1 brawler as well. I guess we don't get the 4 cost here augment, but we do get a large champion duplicator, so going to be able to make it easier to finding an Ezreal and Leona level 7 shop. That's not the units that he kind of wanted. But is there any world where Sox can do a Setsuko level pivot into Infinity? Probably not. It would be crazy to see, but no, we're just going to have Leona carry these items for now. Hopefully find a Warwick a bit later. Also, 2 gets found, but they're still just on the bench.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, really needing to find Warwick, and you're on level 7, so it's not like the odds are super favorable for you to hit exactly the 4 cost that you want. He is rolling quite a bit of gold, but I think eventually Sox will get there, but yeah, you gotta at least find a board that's gonna work in the interim. This is actually something I was talking to you about off stream about what Setsuko is doing so good is finding those things to play in the interim, getting a 2-cost or a 2-star 4-cost that's not even what he wants to play, but being able to play it and slam items on it until he can find the one that he actually wants. And that's something I'd like to see from Sox here, is be able to just find something that's going to carry the items well. The Leona is actually doing a pretty good job with it. Sona, a decent carry as well, but able to barely find that win. That's actually such a big win for Sox. You can see him pop off because he does recognize how big it is to just sneak that win out in the spot he currently is.
Every single bit of HP preserved at this point is really, really huge. And for Jeweled Lotus as well, it's just going to be a nice standard augment to get a decent amount of value no matter what you're playing. And like that concept you were talking about with just playing a good enough board to get you to the spot where you want to be at, I think Sox did a good job recognizing, hey, how can I utilize these 5 costs I'm getting my level 7 shops? Leona is not a unit that you would consider to be, a kind of almost primary carry here, and especially carrying Warwick items. But he's making it work out really well. Leona kind of hard carried that fight along with Sona, and he's still going to be greeting it out. He doesn't feel enough pressure to have to be like, oh my god, I'm losing, so I have to roll it all the way down, pray for one Warwick, and then maybe hopefully I'm in a good spot. He's playing kind of greedy, and I think that's a good recognition. Hopefully it's a good recognition of the relative strength of the rest of the lobby in terms of how far he can push this.
Yeah, I mean, for Sox, for this to be a first place, he's got to be able to play for level 8 here, it feels like. You can't just be stuck rolling on 7. And I think Sox has a board that reasonably can find wins for the rest of the stage. Probably not going to win streak the rest of the stage, but can find wins. And that's what's important. He just can't lose out here. And you can see this. Leona is doing work. It's taking so long for it to die that it's getting to hold these channels. It's getting to take out the front line. And the Brawlers are being able to sweep everything else up, right? The Sona is being able to keep everything healthy. You're getting through it. And Sox, once again, gonna have a really close fight, but he gets it. 1 unit win once again with the Sona in overtime. And Sox, this is turning a position that was missing on Warwick into maybe a spot that Sox can turn this game around and take a first. We'll have to see. We'll have to check back in, right? He's not quite there yet, but if he can make it to level 8, hit those Warwicks, he's in a really good position.
That's literally a spot where it's like he might as well just hit. Like, it doesn't matter that he missed there because he's still able to preserve all his gold, go up to level 8. As soon as he finds 2 Warwicks, he has that duplicator, can just get a 3rd for free, and then he's in a good spot. That's so huge. I love that we got a chance to see that kind of pivot for Sox, and what happens even if your pivot quote unquote doesn't work out. But now we get a chance to look at this mascot board from Basso. Has the mascot emblem, and this is where the composition finds a ton of success. It's going to be a Jhin carry as opposed to a Vex, but this Aatrox is going to be absolutely massive.
Yeah, we've actually seen quite a few people utilize Aatrox as the holder for mascot emblem. He just does such a great job with that, using his ability to sustain health as well. Yeah. So it's just compounding on all this lifesteal. It makes it such a tanky unit. The problem for Basso right now is he has no damage. So like, we talked about this a little bit the other day. This Jhin, when he doesn't have the Renegades in, even with some items, the Jhin 1 just doesn't do anything. He's not doing any damage at all. And so Basso's going to lose that heavily, even with such a crazy front line. So he needs a little bit more gas in the damage tank here if he's going to want to win these fights. Because just because your board lives forever doesn't mean they're killing the other board.
It's like I'm on, Summoner's Rift watching some, MSI or something, and the damage numbers pull up, and Twitch chat's, lowest number Keck W. Jhin is that lowest number in that fight, it seems like. He just was not doing any damage there. Aatrox is cool. He was healing up. I think he got like 10 casts off or something ridiculous.
Oh my God, yeah.
But yeah, Jhin 1, not cutting it.
Yeah, trying to take a little bit of inventory of the items here. Roby, I know we talked about, was heading in that Ox Force direction from level 6. He's actually held on to a lot more HP than I expected to with that board. I really thought that the Annie and the Neela were not going to be able to hold on enough with the 1-stars, but he may have found some more upgrades and still holding on to all that HP up at 66. And checking in, Malala playing the same composition, right? Ox Force with the Spell Slingers.
Yeah, it's going very almost vertical on the spell slingers, up to 6 right now. There's only 2 Ox Force with the Annie and now the Fiora, right, giving Duelist over to the Twisted Fate. Only on TF1 is going to throw the Shiv on him as well, but not 2-starring the carries so far, and is on level 8. It's still fine, this board is strong. Triple item Nico kind of hold whatever AP items, and she's probably going to pop off. There is the synergy between Guardbreaker giving crit and the Jeweled Gauntlet as well, so that's even better. TF, obviously, best in slot item is going to be the Shiv. The front line, however, it looks like is good enough So Malala able to snap this, I guess it wasn't on a lost streak, it was going kind of back and forth there, but maybe looking good to turn it into a win streak.
And then there's Clear.
And then there's Clear. That
all right
is triple 8th place from Clear. On day one, where it's your most forgiving day, you only have to do better than, you know, a third of the competition. Clear, as big of an ego as he has, ranked himself first, is not putting his money where his mouth is right now.
Yeah, I mean, going out in 8th on 4-6 in this game, playing Lulu from that spot, it's hard to say. Did he just low roll super hard when he went for his roll down? Was it a spot that he really shouldn't have been going Lulu in? We didn't see the whole thing, so you want to give him the benefit of the doubt, but when it's the 3rd 8th in a row,
it's
hard
anymore.
to continue giving him that, right? It seems like he is having a very rough tournament. We know he's better than this, right? We've seen it in the past. I'm hoping to see him step up in the back half of the tournament regardless. As a 3/8, the regionals definitely not going to be feeling good for Clear.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously there's a lot of pressure at high stakes, you know, tournaments such as the regional, especially if you have a lot of expectations on yourself. And I think people have expectations of Clear at this point as well. So to live up to that isn't the easiest thing in the world at all. Maybe there's still a chance, right? Maybe he'll snap that, go 1-1-1. Oh, just barely.
Wow.
So Jin is able to actually do some work finally. Find a win. Robin, however, is down at single-digit HP as well. Might be following Clear in just the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, that was crazy. Sox actually getting a taste of his own medicine. 1 unit lost there, but he will take that as far as losses go. As we look at the gold on the right side here, Crone, Sox and Kindle Gem, those are the two who look like they're going to be making their way towards 8 very soon here, as Malala has already done so out of gold himself.
Yeah,
but that was with going to 8, rolling down a little bit. So
ooh. This is really, really good play from Kindle Gem. Has been playing Gadgetin so long, he just happens to, you know, you can only find these Gadgetin augments on 4.2 now with the recent patch. And he found one and was like, okay, screw it. I'm just going to keep going this direction. It's worked out in this tempo style of play. And I have a lot of Nars already, you know, up to 4 Nars, not bad. It's up to 7 Morganas as well. Morgana's not generally the Gadgetin emblem holder, but I think she could do a lot of work with that. Generally, it's going to be Sona, but no, not today. And it's going to be able to swap these items from Lulu over to a more impactful carry. Maybe, you know, like that Sona a bit later. But this is, I think, really, really good play from Kindle Gem so far.
Yeah, I mean, a 3-star Morgana is still going to be doing phenomenal work with that, right? I mean, regardless, it's a 3-star unit. It's a solid damage unit overall, even though it is more of a supporting unit. But each of these casts, once we get to that stage, are going to be pretty much one-tapping a lot of the things that she is hitting once we 3-star this unit. Maybe not on this board, as Sox did find the Warwick. He went to 8. He's got the items on it. It is 2-star. And he did use that duplicator to do so, as we don't see that on the bench anymore. So Sox is online. Made it to 8. He got his Warwick. And still, Kindle Gem actually being able to win this, it looks like, because of the power of the Gadgetin.
Unless Sona's been able to clutch out a lot of fights, but I don't know about this one.
I don't think this will grow.
Didn't hit overtime at the right spot. Yeah, took out a couple units. That was actually kind of close. If that Sona had casted just a little bit earlier, might have one-shot the units there. But no, Kindle Gem still going to be in a really good spot. Robin Songs barely hangs on. And I think this is a much needed good placement, good game from Robin, because he's had 2 bottom 4s in a row. He's currently sitting in 18th place, only 6 points. And out of every single regional Robin has competed in 5 times now, he has always gotten to the final day. So Robin going out on day 1 would be a huge blow and a huge surprise to, I think, everyone in the TFT community.
Yeah, I mean, that would be massive to break that streak, right? A lot of people had that LeBron James of TFT conversation, and Robin, you know, might be that guy with the track record he's had in regionals. He's been so consistent. And for that to end here would be so sad. But even if he bought Force here, it's not guaranteed that he can't make it to day 2. Of course, Robin really looking to find a win in this fight. But that Warwick from Sox is so scary. Come on. Jin, just a few more hits. Able to take it down. And that will stay alive a little bit longer as JD Zielinski falls down. Robin at least moving this up to a 6th. Every single point going to matter so much in this spot, in this day 1. Making sure you do not fall to the bottom 8.
Oh yeah, looking at Kindle Gem as well.
One away.
In the bottom left is gonna be 1 away from Morgana, gonna be 2 away from Nar. Looks like has an Echo just waiting to go onto the board as well. That's gonna be very, very powerful when it actually gets online. Wow, he levels before he rolls for all these tier 3s, so is in a decent amount spot with HP, right? 72 is basically doubling second place, where he can econ back up and then roll, because the odds to hit 3 costs on level 8 are still going to be solid 30%. So not a bad decision there, especially hitting the Echo too.
Yeah, I mean, there's Morganas on other boards as well. I know he knows there's Morganas on Robin's, but it's only 3. I wonder if there's any consideration to like, okay, Robin's dying soon. I'll hit my Morgs in a sec, right? Like, we can wait a little bit longer.
Not if Robin continues to win out,
Robin
however.
Doesn't want to die, though. He doesn't want to go down.
No, he doesn't. He's going to be able to go 8
Boss
after this
out.
carousel.
5th.
Wow. Also not able to carry the win streaks forward. First. Finally a bot 4, but still is in a really good spot overall in the day. Carousel time.
We saw, you know, Bosso playing that really strong front line, but that Jhin without the Renegade buff on him is just so pitiful sometimes, and wasn't able to do enough damage for Bosso.
Yeah.
We got the items coming through. Kindle Gem in such a strong spot with the Gadgettine. We might see, you know, another Gadgettine victory after we saw Ripple win earlier. I'm excited to see how that Morgana pans out, right? The 3-star Morgana with Gadget. I don't know if that's something I've really seen before.
Definitely not very often, at the least. Oh, finds it.
Oh, yeah. Probably just locks his shop, though. I mean, well,
did sell something on the board. Didn't actually see what that was.
Yeah, I missed it.
Maybe, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it was the Alistair 2 and then plays of Alistair 1. I'm not 100%, but either way, Morgana 3 has reached near critical mass. Only has 2 items right now, needs a 3rd. Looking good though as we look at Robin versus Roby. Roby's still stuck on just pairs, just 1 cost carries, even though they're both fully itemized. They're not gonna be doing enough damage.
Yeah, great fight RNG for Robin here, being able to fight against Roby, because he's gonna put Roby in lethal range after this fight. And he, you know, of course, gets to stay alive. Another fight is the critical part of that.
Yeah.
But he's setting himself up to actually land a top 4. He really got this board together. We saw his spot in the early game. We talked about how rough of a spot Robin was in. And he's completely turned this around. We said Jhin was the angle. He hit the Jhin early enough on his level 7 roll down. And Robin's been able to fully stabilize to the point where, yes, it was close to going out in 7th, but he's held on 4 win streak. And he just needs to find maybe 1 more, because Roby looks to be in a very, very tough position. I'm not sure that he beats these other boards, and Robin might be able to find his spot in this top 4.
Oh, Roby had to sell board as well because did not want to sell the TF pair. That is finds the Nico too, however, and again, any items in Nico is fine. Fully itemized, both of the carries. Even just with this Viego having a Warmogs and Ionic, he's still going to be doing a decent amount of work, even with no Renegade. But fights against Malala, kind of the better version of his board.
Yeah, I mean, this is you versus the you they tell you not to worry about, and that's Malala. And I think Roby should be worried about him, actually,
Just
because
a
there he
little
goes.
bit.
He's going to take a bunch of damage. And even if Robin falls here, he might still outlast Roby, but he doesn't. He takes down Socks.
Wow, 5 win streak for Robin. Very, very well played. As we see the ghost of Robin fighting Killgem, which Killgem does win against, albeit barely. Alistair 2 still looking for the Gnar 3. 5 Gadgettine. A Nunu would spike this board very, very well. Hopefully lands on that at some point soon. We get a moment of reprieve here as we've reached our top 4 of Game 3, Lobby A.
Yeah, I mean, Nunu or Gnar for Kindle Gem, really the big things here. Could still look for a 3rd item for Morgana, but there's a lot of these gadget items that are very good for her, so I think Kendall's just been cycling those. You see, I mean, the Morgana 3, I'm curious if it's going to be enough to get first. I wonder if that is a strong enough pickup. I mean, maybe with the Gnar being found, maybe with the Nunu, right, we still get there. But is Morgana a good enough carrier of the Gadgettine? That's the big question we've got.
Yeah, good litmus test of, again, just, you know, like you're saying, how good is this unit? The fully itemized Gnar with some very, very solid items really wants to be tier 3, but it's taken a long time considering what this item wants to be. It's gonna be Warmogs, more frontline, double Warmogs Poppy. There we go. One of the tankiest Poppies we will probably see, unless there's some reroll Poppy shenanigans. Ooh, Socks versus Kindle Gem, and then Robin versus Malala.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if one or both of them go down. Looking at the side of Sox right now, there is the big cast from the Mordekaiser, but he's only Mordekaiser 1. He's got great items, but it wasn't that much damage. It's really up to this Warwick. Warwick trying to make it through to the back. This Morgana has lived the whole time, but looking at the damage output, it seems like she's a little bit soft, and this Warwick is tearing through the side of Kindle Gem. Can he get all the way through? He cannot. The Gnar comes back because he stayed alive. Gnar takes down Sox. Robin dies, but I think Robin has held on, and he has. All the way to third place. Sock's going to go out in fourth. Wow. It was so close. The Warwick doing plenty of damage, but the big problem was Gnar surviving all the way through since the Warwick didn't get on him. Finally, he gets to come back when the Warwick is on Morgana, and the stun is enough. And now that is a 3-star Gnar, I do think Kindle has the power because of how much this Morgana supports it.
Yeah, Malala just barely beat Robin in last fight as well. It just came down to the TF versus Robin's Jhin, but now we get a couple of fights. Malala not going to die here, so we get to see the power of the tier 3 Gnar and the tier 3 Morgana as well. These Morgana casts are going to be doing a lot of damage, but these are fully itemized dual carries from Malala. They're positioned opposite corners as well, so they're both not going to get targeted by Gnar. Gnar still being stuck on the front line as well. As TF not targeting the Gnar yet. All these cards are coming through, but whoa, that Morgana cast comes through. Both the carries finally just get popped. Kindle Gem 3 win streak, looking primed to win the lobby. There's not much more Lala can do. Has a bit of gold, maybe he can luck into something here. Mordekaiser 2, but does that even save him?
Yeah, that was the big thing with hitting the 3-star Gnar. There isn't enough instant damage from the Spellslinger's comp to get through him. There's plenty of damage, right? Over the course of the fight, they do so much. But the Gnar just heals through all of it with this Bloodthirster. He has too big of an HP pool. He does too much damage to the front line, so he keeps healing it back up. And he'll dip to 50%, but he heals all the way back. And once he works his way through this front line, Morgana just gets one more cast, and that deletes the backliners. We'll see it once again. The Gnar, he's taking damage. He's just not dying. Even with that full cast from the TF, one more cast from Gnar. This time he does go down. He didn't get the cast in time, and it's up to Morgana, but here comes the cast. Goodbye to the carries, and hello to first place for Kindle Gem here at the North American Regional Final. Amazing to pick up a first place in this lobby for Kindle.
Gadgeteen Morgana coming out big as we're taking a look at another lobby now, and it's going to be Garchomp 1 HP and a Dream with Vinitine. Juke you in first place on a streak, as well as Wajan Iverson in second. We got some Belveth going on here with Warwick duo carry. Wajan Iverson hits Ezreal 2.
I mean, Juke you in position to take another first potentially here after an amazing game 1 and a great game 2 where he got second to Setsuko. He's in such a phenomenal position, continuing the streak of dominance here in game 3. Looking at Garchomp though, trying to chew through this board. He's got the Sivir, he's got the Twisted Fate, plenty of damage here. That's even a Fiddlesticks 2 there in the front line. He's doing a lot. These are some very capped boards coming through and trying to take down the Belveth with all that healing, but looks like he does have the damage. He beat the Ghost. Let's see who took the damage. Wajan did. He goes down. So Garchomp versus Jukyu. Let's take a look at Jukyu's board. Yeah, it's going to be that big Belveth in the Warwick that Garchomp just took down the Ghost of.
Yeah, 4 Brawlers through Laser Core. Not a board that we're going to see many players kind of land on in the end stages of it, but I think this is really good recognition of just the way that the game has flowed. Obviously, we don't get the whole context of the entire game, but there is things like, an admin emblem. There's just a kind of random fiddlesticks in this board. There's the Warwick hero augment, and that's kind of come out to play, as well as a Belveth that just is able to carry the rest of the AD items. I really, really like what Jukyu has done here on an 8 win streak in a row. The rest of the lobby probably was a little bit low roll. We did see Wajan hit the ultimate Ezreal 2, but then just get promptly taken out as well. Garchomp locked the last shot for an ultimate Ezreal of his own, but that was only the first one. And now Jukyu can continue capping out this board a lot higher, especially if he's able to hit these tier 2 upgrades. Yeah, okay, here's where I think the board wanted to go to. It had a potential to get more capped, and it was not with 4 Brawlers. It's with the Laser Cores. Mordekaiser 2 would be a huge upgrade as well, and he hits it.
Just in time.
Oh, Jukyu, primed to be first place overall in the tournament after this game if he can secure it and take out Garchomp Pro.
Yeah, it feels very close against Garchomp's board. He's got a lot of damage. I think that Fiddle 2, even though it's unitemized, is still really helpful here in just trying to slowly get through all these HP bars and to tank up these big damage dealers. But Jukyu just having that Warwick online, having that Belveth online, both fully itemized carries.
Oh, the
Can they rip
CC?
through? The Belveth gets CC, but the Warwick's still up. Can he get through? It's just the TF. He's got to rip through there, and he does. Jukyu taking another first place, and just look at him. Look at the duckbill crowing.
No.
We're going to be seeing it a lot more with how Jukyu's playing today.
Please no, someone take it off the screen. Thank you, production. I was getting a little scared there. Whew.
I'm scared. It feels like it's staring into
Look at
the
it.
depths of your soul. I don't like it for myself, but I love it for Jukyu. Like, congratulations on another first place. And honestly, it just feels like Jukyu's been showing off so much creativity when it comes down to the flexibility of the compositions that he's played throughout today already. And I feel like creativity really is going to be king here, Crowan, when it looks like you've got like, sometimes you've got some contesting. I don't know. It just kind of feels like you got to be a little creative.
Oh, 100%. I think we've already seen a few good instances of that creativity playing this tempo style of play, but you always have to be thinking, where is this going to get me, right? Where is the kind of end game cap where this can bring me to? Again, it wasn't like I love that we got to see that transition. It wasn't that 4 brawlers, it was the legendaries at that point with the 5 laser core. That's just such a busted kind of break point of that trait, that the Mordekaiser too, just that raw damage coming through. It was still a close fight, but the work into the day with that laser core damage, with the healing popping off, it was just so good. We gotta be singing Jukyu's praises. We were saying Basso, you know, went first, and he did. Obviously, you don't want to take anything away from him, but Jukyu now I believe is going to be point leader of the day.
Oh yeah,
first, second, first.
So.
That is wild amongst the lobby of absolute hard hitters and a whole tournament of hard hitters as well. We've already reshuffled lobbies. He can do it wherever. It doesn't matter who he's playing against.
And doing it with the best little legend of them all, the Honeybuzz Duckbill. It's the one I use. Kron knows that, you know, because just for that win screen when he's just staring right at everyone else, he knows he won.
I love that for you, Casanova.
I don't.
Anyway, moving on. Yeah, we're going to move on from that one. We're going to look at the lobby scoreboards for every lobby that we had play out here for this third game. We saw Kindle Gem and Jukyu go ahead and take their first places in their respective lobbies. But Dish Soap now walking away with the first place here, Casanova.
Yeah, I'm more surprised by Setsuko taking an 8th after how well he played those first 2 games. Dropping all the way down there, grabbing an 8th. Dish, you know, I would expect him to grab some wins, and I'm glad he's got one here in game 3. So that's definitely big for him to bounce back. And I guess that lobby is the battle of the Titans, right, that we've got here. Dish and Setsuko, players that, you know, all of us projected one of those two to be the winner, to be the favorite here. And Dish gonna come out on top in this lobby in game 3.
Yeah, looking good across the board here for our players that are towards the top. And we're going to take a look at the overall standings in a second. But I want to take a look at the composition that Dish Soap was able to win with, because we got that snapshot there into Lobby B. But, Crowan, what's the reaction there?
We're seeing just the same comps winning multiple lobbies at the same time. It was the Lulus earlier, the 6-star Lulu. Now it's the 5 laser core. Laser core obviously going to be very good. Not quite the kind of like S tier, I suppose, as players are looking at coming into this tournament, but being in a good spot too, right? If you're playing high tempo, you have Warwick items, you have, you know, these kind of end game capped Mordekaiser 2s. That's when this lobby can find victories. And yeah, it says on Dish Soaps the Mordekaiser was need a carry. On Juky's board, it only had a locket, did a little bit of damage, but once you get that Mordekaiser to throw some good AP items on him, there's no surprise that it can come away with lobby wins, of course. So just really nice to see from Dish Soap, especially not having the best first 2 games start the tournament. He's turned it around very nicely.
It's really cool as well to see the lines that these players take in order to get towards very similar compositions, right? You could see that there was like a prismatic start there for Lobby B, and then you ended up having a hero augment start there for Lobby C, and still kind of finding your way towards those cap boards. So really great to see how that's going to develop over the course of the tournament, as well as the tournament meta starts to flesh out. But we have 3 games under our belt, and now we get a chance to take a look at the overall standings a bit more in full here, as the top 16 get a chance to advance on to day number 2. And you called it, Jukyu there, Casanova standing at the top.
Yeah, I don't think many people would have predicted who our top 4 would have been at this stage of the competition, right? Juku, Boss of Skills, Ripple, Overdrive,
guys
and Kindle
didn't.
Gem. There. Yeah,
I'll
we did
call
not.
you out at the
Look,
beginning of the show.
I knew Ripple was going to be a beast. Would I have placed him in the top 3 immediately on day 1? Maybe not. I do think he was definitely going to make day 2 for me. I think Ripple's going to make day 3. But seeing him what he's done so far was, he's exceeding my expectations, as well as Kindle Gem, right? He had a good Mecha Cup, but the rest of his set hasn't been that great. So to see him perform this well at this level of competition is awesome, right? This is just so good with the new blood popping off, having a great regionals, not letting the nerves get to them. I just think it's awesome to see.
Yeah, it has been really cool. On the bubble, though, Crow, and I feel like there's just other players across the board as well that are still, having consistency or looking to try to get into that top 16.
Yeah, I think there's 14 players in that kind of bubble range within 4 points of each other, from Kindle Gem down to Cottontail. And with 3 games left to go, it still can be any one of those players either dropping into the bottom 8 or climbing into the top 8, right? Maybe there's going to be a lot of heavy lifting to have to do from players in the kind of bottom side of that bot 8 right now, especially looking at, obviously, I always love to name Kyvix, Casa as well, so I'm kind of worried for him at this point. It's still definitely doable, but yeah, it's looking a bit rough right now. But I do want to call back to what you were saying, Necker, about how those top 4 players are probably not who we would have named, and I think that's absolutely insane for a regional tournament. These newer blood, these study group players who are coming in, really putting in a lot of work too. I think that's something definitely a highlight. It's not like they're just in here like, oh, for fun, whatever, we'll play regionals and hopefully it goes well. Like, they're putting in a ton of work, studying really hard, even harder than some of the kind of mainstay names in North America, and it is really paying off.
Knowledge is key, and it definitely feels like we have some great examples of where that has come into play, especially with all the top 4s that they've been able to get so far. And remember, there is a spot for the Monsters Attack Championship on the line for the player with the best average placement across all 3 days. So it's something that every player is still going to be trying to fight for as we take a short break, because we've got the back half of the day coming up next. With only 3 more games left in the day, this is where the pressure is going to start to pile on for our 24 players competing here in day 1 of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. As we enter into game number 4, I want to kind of take a little bit of a meta snapshot here. We had a balance patch that came out just a little bit ago. Dan, has the meta for the tournament been living up to your expectations of what you would have expected?
So I do think that the meta has been quite as diverse as we've expected it to be. We do see some reroll compositions succeeding. We see some tempo-based compositions able to scale up and find a way to get that advantage. And we also see some standard compositions with like legendaries, how they fit out their board. So that's good. And also I think that there's some unusual lines that are seeing a little bit more like top 1, top 2 finishes like Laser Core and Warwick. And that could end up being one of these X factors that really takes certain people who are open to those lines. You're looking at Juki, able to use it. You're looking at Mismatch Socks and Dish Soap. These are players who are probably more open to playing those lines than some other people who would want to stay more to the AP stuff. And also, of course, I'm really impressed when everyone's able to make some unusual carries really shine. So I'm pretty happy with the way the meta is shaping up. It seems to be a very balanced and interesting patch going to regionals. And so far, it's delivering.
I want to like double down on the X Factor principle of this as well. This is the tournament also where I would expect that to be very well known. And to me, this is one of the tournaments where it should show up the most because the players here should have a better spread of knowledge. This is the highest stakes tournament that we have for NA. This is one of the most stacked tournaments that we've had for NA. And I'd say that honestly, for the players who have prepped a lot for this, it's one of the most prepared I think that we've seen for NA. So with all of those factors coming into place that Dan just said, this is the patch where this style of play is going to happen. You're going to have the standard lines of play, but when the opportunity showed up, you have to be prepared, and we've been seeing players execute on top of that.
I mean, I think there's something to definitely be said about the study group players really coming to the forefront and making sure that they have that network to be able to rely upon for the patch. But then, what about Jukyu? A player that we don't really know much about in terms of maybe the way that they prepare, or at least they don't have any like maybe notable names that we know are part of a study group like that. So I'm excited to see how they're going to do for the rest of the day. But we're hopping in here for Lobby C. So Froden and Admirable, take it away.
You're halfway through the day as we start hopping into game number 4. Now, with that, I want to highlight that with the standings we've had so far, that technically you can see a lot of inverse that's happening on that as well. So nobody's out of the tournament just yet. Like, believe it or not, even clear with last place in their lobbies, they could still technically find themselves in a top 2/3 position. Remember, we're not cutting off half the field. We're cutting from 24 to 16 players today.
That's right, but average placement matters. There's some messages I see in people's chat saying, look, it doesn't really matter, just get the top 16, advance to the next day. No, it actually matters. It actually matters because on day number 3, we're going to take the highest average placing player and give them a championship spot as well. So for a player like GQ that Neko was mentioning, maybe he is on track to secure that early. We'll see as we take a look at another player who is known for his immaculate average placement. It's just so a player who has reportedly saying that he has the most game plans out of any player, in that he knows all the lines. This guy has spreadsheets, he has data websites, he's got a strong intuition, he's got rank 1, he's got everything at his disposal to make a deep run. And I would love nothing more than to see Dish Soap finally get that huge victory that he so deserves, at least in the eyes of a lot of the fans that have been following his journey for the past year and a half.
Yeah, there's actually only 2 players in the tournament who have had a higher average placement in him when it comes to tournament play in set 8. He's the 3rd highest average placement. It's Spetham and Setsuko who have the 2 higher averages, and it's by a very small margin as we hop into a 2-2-2 hero augment right off the bat in this one, Dan.
So he rolls. He could think about things like time and half, but he's no swords. Rolls passage. Herald Ferromancy is something that I think he's open to, but with Tier Glove Vest start, it's a little bit awkward, but I think you could swing it. He has a duelist opening, which is ultimately what I'm looking at. Takes Your Cut. Okay, so Your Cut is a augment that you could use, and I actually really like this with Vow in particular, because Protector's Vow gives bonus starting mana, and your cut says that for every other cast that Pyke has in combat, you get an additional reroll. So the way I view augment like your cut is that I feel like it's prismatic trade sectors in a way. You basically get an opportunity to get a lot of rerolls going. The downside is it tends to sabotage your early economy, but I trust a player like Dish Soap because he is fantastic on low eco situations to find that halfway point. A lot of players struggle to make economy while having a strong board. I don't think Dish Soap's going to struggle with that.
You notice how quickly he took it after I got to the 4th roll. You know, I'd say the 2-cost hero augments on 2-1, you're looking for something that makes sense with what your general plan is. And I feel like items had a big role in what was coming into that one. And I think the way you've just explained your cut honestly gives me some insight into this one, even though that's kind of how I felt about it in the start. I don't think I had the words to really put it into place. Dish Soap is looking, I think, pretty reasonable for this one. Like you said, he manages low econ situations very well. Setsuko, this is a bounce back situation. He just took an 8th place, which is not at all the spot he wanted to go to. And with Dish Soap taking a first at that one, this actually puts like the 2 titans of the lobby now in successive spots of that one. Dish Soap 16 points, Setsuko 15 points. I feel like this is one of the most important spots in the game where you have to keep your mental together, is having a strong start and then taking an 8th place right away.
This lobby is pretty contested. 2-2-2. We have 2 players who have Burning Spirit, DQA and Setsuko, so they're going to be leaning towards that AP and seeing what they can get done. Setsuko does have a mainly defensive component star, can go for a guard breaker and lean into that cloak. Can also potentially think about gadgetines. I think Burning Spirit's on the weaker side of that, but we'll see. Meanwhile, we have not 1, not 2, but 3 Pyke augment takers, 2 small game hunters, and 1 your cut, as you saw by Dish Soap. 2 players took Sivir, and 1 person took Ezreal. So we have a couple of re-rollers. We have a couple of people that want to play standard. Setsuko, I'd be kind of surprised if he went into the gadgetine line. Just because it doesn't feel like something that he would want to do. I feel like Setsuko would want to angle instead for spell slingers and instead prioritize playing the AP tree. But we have a lot of TFT left to be played, so a lot of things could happen between now and the mid stages of the game.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is too, is the goal is to get softer losses if you're going to go this route. You know, 20 gold on 2-3 with, I'd say, a pretty reasonable setup here. I wouldn't expect Setsuko to be winning a ton of fights, if any, to be quite frank with you, but I don't feel like he's going to be losing these fights by a tough margin, and I think it's one of the more ideal scenarios you can actually get into here. You notice he saved the gadgetine augment to have that come in at the final spot and try to pick off another unit kill there. That could have been a little bit of a difference. I'd say that the items aren't the best for Setsuko to start this out, but pretty soft losses to start out a 3 streak.
Taking a look at some of the item combinations here. One of the more interesting things is like whether or not they play for strong item combinations or if they're going instead for the unit itself. With a duplicator, for example, with Asa, he took a sword, so now Asa has 3 swords available to him. I'm curious what's going on over there.
Only 2 players used an item. Dish Soap made Protector's Vow. Lone Wolf made Stone Plate. Everyone else saved their components.
Yeah. So it looks like people in general are taking it slower in tempo. Oh, actually, it looks like Asa was playing that time and a half, so he got Deathblade for his service, so that all makes sense. Just so hit a Fiora too. Things are starting to heat up. Meanwhile, we're focusing on Replay, who's supposed to be one of the breakout players that I think would fulfill that prophecy at regionals, but he's had a really rough start to begin things. I've been able to watch some of his POVs, and I just think this guy's nervous. I think he's making a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes. I think that he's playing weaker boards than he probably knows better that these are weaker boards, and also his lines are more AD focused, which is a little bit harder to pull off than AP. And then he's also making some pretty significant errors. I watched a game where he played Riftwalkers, for example, and he was just having Zac attached to his Pyke, for example, and losing Renegades or losing his mascots, and it happened multiple times. And I think that kind of stuff is going to be like a small but really impactful decision that starts to stack onto itself. So Replay, hopefully he can just kind of adjust his mindset, snap back into it, get back on the horse. It's 3 games of TFT, and if you just play 3 good games of TFT, you'll be in for day number 2.
I think that's just strong advice in general as well. You know, you can definitely tell that the tension and stakes affect the way that players are going to play. just don't want him to affect you too much. I feel like that's such a big one too. And that's honestly, it's a bit surprising with just how much TFT that Replay plays. It's still the nerves coming as a factor of that one. If that's something that you can't brush off your shoulders, I feel like that's going to be a major detriment to a lot of the play that comes into effect. Getting a glimpse at Dish Sub's board again on a 4 streak right now, hunting down the 5 streak, and you queue into a board like this, you got to be celebrating.
All right, well, Dish Soap off to a perfect start. Setsuko has secured 5 loss. The yin and the yang, as Dish Soap and Setsuko have been trading blows all set long. Who is ranked 1? Who is ranked 2? It pretty much is just a 50-50 split. At best, you can say 51-49. I mean, case in point, we've actually taken literal polls. Who do you guys think is ranked 1 right now? I've seen it, and it's actually just been like a 1 vote difference. So these two players, let's see how they go toe-to-toe this rest of the lobby from different angles. Setsuko playing from loose streak. Now, with the Bloodthirster Slam and Gadgetines, I talked about the possibility of Setsuko potentially going into AD tree. And with BT, it makes me feel like that actually might come true here.
The items are kind of spelling it out as well. It seems pretty tough to go for an AP line with these items coming up. I think a lot of this could change from the Krugs here, but, you know, Cloak's not really changing it. Okay, Gold's not really changing it.
Maybe he gets one component and he almost has to commit to it. Oh, yeah. Dear. Because he's so far away from the AD line, and he doesn't want to play Last Whisper. One of the big things that people have found out is that Morgana with Static Shiv procs her passive. Ooh, nice. We got the Gadgetine Titans. Very powerful to help kill some units. We found that with the armor sundering generated through the passive of Morgana, it actually works in synergy with every unit that gets zapped by Static Shiv's lightning. And so you don't actually need to play Last Whisper onto your Gnar. It's actually one of the biggest bait items that I see built frequently onto that unit. We'll see. We do have technically the Gadgetine not able to be the +1 crest is not able to get activated on 3-2, but we might be able to find like a tome or something that Setsuko can make do with, because right now he needs to find a way to stabilize relatively soon. He's going to lose 1 more. He might even lose 2 more and try to send it at 3-5. But we'll have to see what happens here at the 3-2 augment.
Yeah, that is not a soft loss. He's gone on that one. 6 in a row now, but a little bit of direction is needed. I imagine Setsuko has a plan in mind. Wow.
Golden Ticket is fantastic if he wants to reroll for it, and he also can go really deep here to stabilize his board. Immediately sells the Camille, finds the Gnar, looking for Gnar 2. There's an Aurelian Soul picked up as well. Interesting spot. Oh, how deep is he gonna actually roll here to stabilize? He wants Gnar 2, and he does have the ability to go for another item here. Wow, fast swaps from Setsuko. How much deeper are you willing to go here, Admirable?
Well, I expect to be getting some procs off of my golden ticket here. What the heck's going on?
He has Belveth Pair, by the way.
My gosh, it just feels like 50%. Yeah, right.
Eh? Not the best.
Yeah, Gnar, I think, is the way out of this one right now, but that is some hefty losses you're taking. And when you're spending that much time as well, stuff like this can happen. We run in now to an opponent who's got a prismatic Zephyr that gets to start taking on our corner. We're not super powerfully positioned. We have no idea what our opponents have because we haven't had time to look around yet. This is not a soft loss again. So you're getting the economy made up by the fact you're on this hefty loss streak, but you're paying quite a bit of life to do it. Setsuko has to find a way to stabilize here. I don't think he's done necessarily.
No, I think he has to keep rolling. He does have Sona pair, Morgana pair. Has to figure out how he can get this Gnar, but the problem is Gnar 1 is not even strong. And here's another problem too, is that he doesn't have that many items. Committing to rolling until he hits at least Gnar 2, still can't do it. He really wants to hold on to things like the Annie pair as well. This is a really, really low roll spot here from Setsuko. This is hard to watch.
This is not good. With Golden Ticket, I'm expecting something to get done here. He was getting low procs on it. He was getting, I'd say, pretty poor rolls on top of that. You know, lots of pairs of things, lots of opportunities, but they're not the things you can go after. You're going to have to stick to some of these lines. Like the Spell Slinger, it's not a huge deal, but it is that little bit of extra damage, that little bit of extra healing. You're obviously going to want to have Your Gadgetin's in play. You're adding Prankster to that. Something's got to give here. If he cannot pick up soft losses or wins, this is not going to get prettier.
Well, this is fine. This is actually fine loss. 2 units pretty much as good as it gets. So Setsuko is actually hoping for a double component. He wants a glove plus a vest. Does not get it. I think that glove here is probably his best pickup. We can go for TG Annie. Vest is also... Oh, it's on a Sona pair. Okay, so that might be the tiebreaker. So the fact that he's able to make Sona 2 and he can make Titans immediately for Gnar is also huge.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something you're going to have to go with when you got hit that hard, even with a golden ticket.
Yeah, well, taking a zoom out, we see a lot, kind of a little microcosm of Setsuko's difficult game so far. Things have not been rolling together smoothly. On the opposite end, you can start to see how other people's boards are taking shape. For example, we have DQA, who has Sivir 2 and an Acel pair on 6. But it makes sense because he has high-end shopping, and DQA is playing for very high cap. So there's actually very clever synergy between time and a half and high-end shopping, because he's going to naturally have more gold through time and a half in order to keep using that gold to get better shops and better units. So I like where DQA's head's at. DQA, of course, adjusting his seat, trying to get a little comfortable here. And he ends up having a pretty decent solid board, right? If he can upgrade things like Acel 2 with these items, he'll also be in a really good spot. And I think the cool thing about it is that right now his board is actually quite strong, and he's not going to lose by many units if he even does lose. Yunwolf trying to get this Twisted Fate to kill the back line, unsuccessful. DQA gets another victory, and these high-end choppy players are so scary. If you're not dealing critical damage to them while they're taking the time to greed their resources, you're going to be in a world of hurt later on.
Yeah, we get a glimpse at Unwolf's side of it, and I think that leveling here was reasonable for Unwolf, but it just felt like the gold was going to be something that was more important in their eyes right now. You have some HP to work with. You see that the lobby's not skyrocketing into these very powerful spots. To me, it feels like a great spot to kind of take your time. You have good items. You have an Ox Force spatula. Like, there's not really too many things I'd say that can go awry here by using your resources to your advantage. I think your losses are not going to be terrible. I think DQA was probably an exception to that. You into Asa here, who Asa manages to get that additional shroud onto the other side because of the binary airdrop here. This is another one of those spots I feel like that maybe could have been a little bit of a standout, but I feel like the damage wasn't quite there on Asa's side of things. Wolf now going to walk away with a win in this one. Asa sitting on level 7, but a pile of gold on Asa's side as well. So this is, I think, where one of these major critical moments is going to show up, is how players' boards are going to be fleshing out in this one. We have multiple high-end shoppings. We have multiple players who are playing for raw tempo with binary airdrop, with future sight. We have a golden ticket in the lobby. We saw it really not come together, and a wise spending sitting on Dish Soap's side. Ripple Overdrive spot, meanwhile, this is, I think, a fantastic spot to be in with this one. You have a high-end shopping. You've got Pyke, who is amplifying damage on weaker boards, and the problem with this spot really is that the HP isn't there. So Ripple Overdrive has to put something together now or things aren't going to work out. The good news is I think he's got the pieces to do it.
I disagree. I think this spot's actually quite poor for Ripple. He just hit a Twisted Fate 2, which is... he doesn't have items for it, and he's really low HP. And this is a prismatic lobby where you expect a lot of other people to get strong. He's clearly trying to angle for Riftwalkers, looking for Jhin. If you can hit Acel 2... I mean, okay, there's a way you can build a board around this. You can go Garen 2, Aurelion Soul 2, and then hope that this 80 item can go somewhere else. So this Garen should find a way in. So the units he's hitting are not bad, and just by the virtue of having a lot of damage through Garen 2, Aatrox 2, my god, he's hitting so much. But who holds these items? Fiora? Like, who are we putting Deathblade on at this point?
I think Fiora might be a temporary hold.
Oh, God.
This has got to be temporary. I mean, there's no way this, I think, is sticking on the board the whole time.
Okay, but the good news is, kind of what you were saying, that he was in a prime position to capitalize on it with hitting high-end shopping. The problem is, it's a bunch of mishmash that he hopes is just having overwhelming stats to figure it out. And he's losing to things like Disso with this 1-star Jhin, who just has too much efficiency on the front line. Acel, a follow-up Meteor Shower could potentially help finish off this fight, and it does. Ripple Overdrive needed every single upgrade to barely stabilize. Well, let's see it. Hero augment into prismatic into a gold tier here.
Gold can offer a lot of utility in these spots as well. Ripple Overdrive says, you know what? What am I missing here? Items. All right, it's item time.
It's items because he has carries that he wants to itemize and he has nothing for it. And he's looking really hard for Jhin. He has a Leona pair. So now he's unfortunately kind of stuck in a position. Oh, there's the Jhin. But he's stuck in a position where he could have played for a really high cap. And now instead is going to be stuck in a situation where you might have to put a bunch of investment into things that aren't super impactful, like a 1-star Jhin, but we'll see. Meanwhile, you see in your bottom left, DQA rolling, transitioning over to Mech plus sure shots, hitting Belveth, ace Belveth. He's going for 4 aces. DQA with a kind of an unusual variation of mech that you don't see that often, but people know that if you get this online, the 4 ace mech can be very, very powerful.
Wow, Asa's got a lot on the table as well. Jeweled Lotus with binary airdrop, you know, all these weird, wacky gloves that you can get for free off of a binary airdrop can suddenly have a pretty massive impact on that one. And that looks like what we're seeing right here, just so much stuff, but I think Cerulean Soul might not have the time, does have the time to cast on this one. Ripple Overdrive taking another loss in that one. That's just a raw amount of things on Ace's side of the board that's walking away with a win there, it feels like.
And it's scary. There's some people who are on the verge of spiking like crazy. I think Setsuko, for example, had 8 Annies. He was able to get that 3-star gadget teams online and has that Jeweled Lotus. Taking a look around, Cottontail with Exiles and Zephyr just kind of continue to try to get that extra HP lead. Asa has binary airdrop and Jeweled Lotus, kind of a cool combo there. Sometimes randomly that binary airdrop has amazing synergy with Jeweled Lotus, or sometimes griefs you entirely by giving you an Infinity Edge. And so, oh, congrats, I guess you don't have a 3rd item. So we'll see if that pays off for him.
Here we go. Yeah, that is a big Ezreal you summon from the corner.
All right, so
positioning differences that can make sense there, or if they matter at all. Garen,
oh,
big stun.
No, and he clumped up. This is actually quite a bad result here for Asa. Took a bunch of damage from the 4 aces, and now he is just continuing to free fall. Asa not with high expectations to perform well at regionals, honestly, and maybe in his own view, it might be a miracle that Asa is even here in regionals, but yeah, right now things are not looking good for our set 7 superstar who finished rank 2.
Noticing it's a lot of strong stuff around the board. It feels like the players who aren't quite there are just barely missing it right now, but the players who are powerful have more opportunities to get even stronger. This is feeling like a wildly powerful lobby right now, and it didn't really slow down from the start of things. It just kept getting faster and faster. The Prismatic boosted that, and then you get that utility that the gold can provide off of that 4-2 augment, and just everyone's got something good put together right now. If it's not strong enough, that's another story, but nobody's board feels weak to me.
Well, there's definitely a couple of boards that are on the weaker side. Ripple, by the way, hit Leona 2. Big spikes across the board here. Yunwolf also streaking. Let's take a look at Dish Soap's POV, and Dish Soap is in a pretty good spot. He's very healthy. The only problem is that he has upgrades. The only problem is that Dish Soap doesn't have much gold, but it could be because we're covering the EXP bar. That's correct. Okay, so he's been using wise spending with your cut, which is actually kind of an incredible synergy. Now that I'm piecing 2 and 2 together, he gets all these free rerolls with wise spending. Everyone talks about trade sector and wise spending being an illegal combination. Dish Soap has something even better. Speaking of illegal, what is this Fiddlesticks 2 doing on DQA's board at level 8? He does have high-end shopping, but he hit it pretty quickly on almost no gold. Does not matter. He gets completely blown out by Dish Soap's board because of the quality of the Rift Walkers. Dish Soap looks like he's in firm control of this lobby.
Yeah, Ripple Overdrive taking another pretty brutal loss in that one. Again, it's looking like a canyon between the top and the bottom of the lobby right now. 74-5. We're not even done with stage 4 yet.
Yeah, and this spot is like his board is not bad, but I think the problem is the level investment that Ripple needed to get to this point is just not enough, because He is strong enough to win a couple of these fights, but I don't think he's strong enough to make it to top 4. So at this point, Ripple is hoping not to queue into players like Dish Soap, who are very strong, and hopes that he can squeeze out a 7th place. 7th place would be good from here, but Ripple looks like he is primed for an 8th place. Going up against the mech for Ace on the other side. If he can deal with this Garen quickly and turn onto the Bel'Veth, but if Bel'Veth wraps around and starts focusing onto the back line, Ripple's gonna lose all of his DPS. Jin is down, and Leona's only single target DPS, and the Ace is able to eliminate, and with that, Ripple Overdrive unfortunately takes a nasty 8th place. We saw that coming a mile away. He was in no position to contest for anything other than 8th place this game.
They've vastly overestimated the power of 2-star units.
I mean, it's not that 2-star units are bad. It's more about the 2-star units that he hit weren't what he was looking for at the time to stabilize, and unfortunately everyone else was getting quite strong. I mean, you talked about it. There's not a lot of weak boards in this lobby. Setsuko is actually quite strong, even though he's 20 HP, because he's very close to Gnar 3. And that's like the baseline that you have to try to leapfrog in order to get to 7th place when he has Annie 3, and I think he's only a couple off of Gnar 3. And we've seen how strong those Gadget Team boards can win out. We've seen it even win. Ripple was the player that was playing that Gnar 3 just a couple of games ago for 1st place.
Items here available. We're noticing a lot of different order of operations on this too. Some players have tended to favor cracking the item and then looking. A lot of players I've noticed, though, have been tending to favor the board and then cracking the item at the end. Review players going to try to piece something together here and then figure it all out. You know, if the rest of it's a pretty clear image, get the board done and, you know, then figure your items out.
Yeah, so Spark is the first thing that stands out to me as something you can play for Viego. Oh, he has a shiv that he can make. Okay, I want to prioritize that, correct? So now he can make Spark, and then maybe look at the last item here. Gunblade is immediately what stands out to me. You can also go for BT if you'd like. Oh no, got Radiant Zephyr because he was not paying attention. And these are the small things that I'm talking about. All right, so he goes for BT and Death Cap. So he wants to go for more straight up damage. Also, he has a Shiv already with Morgana, so it doesn't need that Spark. So I like his head where his head's at. Properly identifying the tools at his disposal. That being said, you start to see why this Riftwalker comp is kind of insane. He got Radiant Zephyr and wins anyways. Got caught looking with his pants down, but able to get the dub anyways, which was massive for replay.
You called it at the start too. It's like it's the little things that are adding up against that board, and it just continues to show through. So Asa now sitting towards the bottom. That's a Gnar 3 for Setsuko, and you mentioned he was chasing it down. Still didn't have it on 5-1, despite having golden ticket on that. Asa's hunting down this Sivir 3, but you're on 8.
Okay.
Wow!
All right, we hit Sivir 3. Is that enough for Asa to stabilize? He's not.
He's locking the shop.
Making it. I think it's worth selling the Janna here to try and stabilize. We're playing for placements. Asa taking a big risk, hoping that he's going to be able to win anyways. Here comes the first Infinity. The infinite timelines coming through. Replays. Jin does survive. Big 4-shot coming in. Is he going to get punished? Asa, no. The 4-shot is too big. Viego gets one more. Cast off the Heartbreaker. And Asa loses minimal HP. Is that risk worth it for the HP trade-off? We'll find out, because that was absolutely a Sivir 3 diff.
There's no question about it. So the question I have there is then zoom out and look at it. Ace is sitting at 10 points. You're going to need a big finish. I don't know if this is about top 4s anymore. So it could be even bigger picture in mind when it comes to that. It's tough to say. I think I would have sold the Janna. Feels correct. It feels right up the alley of it. Like, how important is this Janna 2 going to be at the end of the day? I guess it is one of the only upgrades you're going to find. But golly, I do not want to lose a Sivir 3 when that's what I've been rolling the whole stage for.
All right, we'll take. Yeah, and this time he's not clumping his backline either. He's still giving the Ezreal 1 the buff. He wants the infinite Israelites to take it. Oh, he's going up against Cottontail, who is going to Zephyr it. So that's a heads-up play by Asa. And let's see how much damage this can do. Here comes the first big cast from all of the AD carries. Wipes good portion of the backline. And Cottontail, I think, is completely outmatched. It's just down to his Nico. And that's not going to be enough. Asa survives 7th place. Meanwhile, Setsuko Land gets a pretty big dub. That 3-star Gnar and Annie's a pretty big 1-2. Knocks down DQA. things are finally starting to heat up. Replay takes a big loss as well. Let's take a moment breather here and take a look at the stage 5 carousel.
Things could really shape up differently here. So for Asa, the eye's got to be on this Janna with Zeke's. Yeah, that's the first direction he's going for. Setsuko gets hold of a Zephyr in this spot. Replay taking a mascot, and Dish Soap here is currently running away with the lobby. I think gets one of the preferred items for Dish Soap in general when you're looking to just simply stack more damage. Guard Breaker is getting to a point where it's very powerful against what teams have to offer. Satsuko's board is pretty terrifying, though. I'm not exactly giving anyone a free pass for beating this right now. I think positioning is everything on this one. I think Zephyrs could come into play. I think that the Thieves' Gloves are going to make a big difference here. But this is 2 Zephyrs that we are looking at right now. Satsuko feels like that he's got the ability to play spoiler and honestly might be able to defeat any board with a bit of chance here.
Looks like he's positioning specifically for Asa. I think he wants to go for the kills. He has a Lulu in the corner ready to go. And that Lulu in the corner is going to catch this this Twisted Fate as well. Really nice heads-up play. I really like the way that Satsuko positioned for this fight in particular. If he's able to get the Prankster to also go to the backline, that'd be huge. One Twister hitting him. The Janna and the Syndra combination is really good to stall the Gadgetines. If you're able to ramp up the damage... Annie is not going down easily, though, without a fight. Big second Twister coming in. And Setsuko's just stuck on the front line. Setsuko can't take this critical amount of damage. Here we go. Finally into the back line. Another Robo Rage. Able to sweep up, but no. And the Setsuko is dead in 6th place. That is bad news. Setsuko started off in a really good spot. And now with an 8th place and a 6th place, all of a sudden... When we talked about playing for top 16, I'd heard Setsuko on the stream talking about how it's not that big of a deal as long as I don't go bot 4 rest of the day. That's one of a couple of bot 4s that he is separated from potentially getting day 1. So take a look at DQA's board, who's playing the Ace down to 16 HP. Is all that separates between him and a bot 4. Can he make this Ace 2-star Urgot actually work out? But he's eating a massive Zephyr and a massive Shroud.
Gosh, that Shroud is absolutely terrifying to run into. And at this point, too, Ace's team is becoming more and more powerful. We've been seeing Hang On for 10 HP the entire time. Big stuns from Garen, but that is not near enough to start to piece this out. DQA is down to 1 after facing what is possibly the worst opponent to face additionally to that. You can't defeat them. They're the ones next on the chopping block. How on earth are you going to place 4th in this one if you're DQA?
Well, he has to hope that Asa takes a nasty loss here. There is the element of who matches up against the Ghost and potentially gets an easier fight. Taking a look at Disso's POV, he has 5 Jins. He's chasing Jin 3 softly, but he knows he's contested by replay. Probably not something he's seriously considering. But you just gotta tip your cap to Dish Up to recognize such a really powerful interaction with Y spending plus the year cut. Really cool stuff, and finding a very stable way to play it. We talked about how one of the downsides of it is the economy, but that was not a downside at all. And Dish Soap is fan-freaking-tastic in spots like this. More damage items for Aurelion Soul. I look at the Archangel Staff. That's a way for him to have a supplementary second source of damage. We're going to go to 9, play this Urgot 2, or potentially something else really powerful. And Dish Soap should be the person in driver's seat to close out this lobby in first place.
Syndra, I've seen Syndra picked up a lot in these circumstances. Is going to hang on to gold is what it looks like. The out here for first could very well be something like Jin 3. So positioning is going to be the key to this one. So as I spend enough time rolling, I'll figure this out afterwards.
All right, well. Goes up against DQA, and this is bad news for DQA. DQA's positioned his Urgot correctly, as well as the Garen. Big Mecha Justice. Here comes the Undertow. What happened to your backline?
Oh my gosh.
So where'd it go? Scrubbed clean off the board. And DQA potentially has bought himself a top 4, depending on what happened with Asa. Asa does get the win versus the Ghost. Asa's on the streak. Replay versus Yunwilf. Here comes the Flourish. Only targets one of those units. Follow-up mascot damage from Vex. Oh, God, the 4th Flourish missed. Is that causing the fight?
Woo!
Does not. Big win for Replay to help secure that top 4 finish here. I believe that's enough for him. This is so tight. Anyone can top 4 from here, including DQA. You saw how quickly he wiped that backline.
Players are stacked on economy right now. as well. Asa cashing it in, saying, I need this right here, right now. Don't blame him for this one. Your goal is to not get 5th, is what it feels like from here. But he's the player who's on a win streak right now. This is a 4 streak for Asa in stage 6. That's got to be scary for everybody else. Again, positioning going to be a lot here, but there's not too much you can do other than the Garen itself. That's exactly what he's looking for. Pretty good one that Asa gets in this spot.
Amazing Shroud, pretty solid Zephyr, but everything is clumped up. Here comes the Undertow, pulling the units, but because there's so many, not many got through. The flourish from Dishto can line up perfectly against a lot of these carries, but not enough damage. Issa does it again. There's no way, Dishto, I was crowding you. Prematurely the winner of the lobby, and now anybody can win. What's gonna happen? 5 players remain. Nobody died.
DQA is still in. Asa is still in. Dishsoap has been knocked down by like 30 HP in 2 rounds. I mean, he's cashed in the power of it. It was get to level 9 with a ton of resources. Nothing's come of that versus what other players have been offering to the board right now. Replay sitting here with 5 mascot, Rift Walkers, Renegade, that positioning again. It's so much in these fights. How, like, what happened? This just went chaotically in the last few rounds.
Replay, he's looking for Nunu for 6 mascot, did not get it. Issa's pretty fat Shroud, but the Pike is positioned very nicely for the Phantom to come in and potentially on the back line. Oh my god, Asa just has so much stats though, because he has Ezreal too. Is Replay potentially dead?
Wow, that's out.
Oh my god,
gosh.
secures at least the top 4. Depends on what happens with Yunwilv. Yunwilv does end up eating a nasty loss, so Replay gets top 3. Asa comes from behind with some pretty good micro, and of course, hitting everything he needed to challenge Dishso for the win.
And DQA hanging on at 1 HP for so long and still going 5th after that. That is a tough loss to come to terms with, considering how the pace of the lobby was working. But now, it's heads up at this point. It's Dish Soap versus Asa. Asa has somehow managed to turn this into that spot where now you're hunting down a potential for a first place finish. That little bit of greed, hanging on for the Sivir and getting the Janna out of it, which found you the Janna 2 off of a carousel, has been a
Interesting. He's going to remove the items and go for Obsidian Cleaver. Dish Soap trying not to get huge Shroud. It looks like Asa did catch half of the clump, and it comes down to where the Skyline's gonna hit. Oh, here we go, Timber! Mordekaiser 2 wipes everything out, and Dish Soap able to make me not look like an idiot. Congratulations, man. I was kind of worried there for a second. Dish Soap able to finish off what he started with a nice dub, and able to get that victory in lobby C. Let's hop on over to a different lobby and check out what's going on. 94 HP from Garchomp. Looks like we got off a little bit of a late start to this lobby, as right now only 1 player's taken A so far, and it looks like, unfortunately, Spetham, our Mecha Cup hero, is currently the sole possessor of last place in this lobby.
And again, we're looking at a pretty big downhill slope from first place into 8th place right now. 94 at the end of stage 4 for Garchomp, and 19 for Jukyu. That is a very harsh decline from the top to the bottom right now.
It's a harsh decline. Looks like for the most part, Garchomp is sticking to his main game plan. Garchomp really likes to play around 3 costs in particular. It's why Garchomp was able to particularly excel during the Kaisa meta. Doesn't necessarily feel strong at playing around 4 costs. And so I'm curious to see if he is going to be going to 9, or instead he's going to be rolling for 3-star Sona. The thing about going to 9 is your odds for hitting 3 costs are actually not that bad. It just goes down to 30%, which is as good as it is at level 6. So Garchomp could actually maybe have the best of both worlds, which is go to 9, have a bunch of gold. He even has this big duplicator, right? The original duplicate for any champion. So it looks like he's in a good spot. Going up against Kurum X, who seems to be having a very nice laser core setup thanks to that gadget, or that Ancient Archives at 2-1. And so Kurum looks like the only player that can potentially challenge him. And it seems like these 2 players are the titans that the lobby has to face against right now.
Yeah, and Kurum honestly not sitting on, I'd say, a super strong board in terms of having a lot of 2-stars in play. Like we're sitting at stage 5 still a 1-star, still a 1-star Warwick on that side with the augment, with a hero augment of Warwick, still on the 1-star Warwick. That is something else. Garchomp says, you know what? I don't even have to turbo this level 9. I can still just stay here. 15 win streak that Garchomp Pro is on right now. Why would you sweat anything at this point?
Yeah, he's just going to pre-level some of his gold just to make sure to reduce the number of actions needed to get to 9. Saves himself like a couple of seconds. Nothing really too crazy in terms of repositioning. His admin, my guess, would be mana every 5 seconds. That is commonly accepted to be the strongest Sona augment, but it looks like it's start of combat. So I'm not entirely sure what it could possibly be. Either way, no one seems to be particularly that strong. Looking at Kyvix, who does have that Twisted Fate 2 and that Nico 2, is that enough to potentially dethrone the win streak? I think so, because it doesn't seem like the Sona's able to rack up enough damage. Finally, somebody's able to thwart Garchomp's board. He is losing his win streak, but the damage has been done. A lot of people have taken way too much damage before Garchomp end up losing, and now he has so much gold and so much HP to play with that Garchomp's in a fantastic spot and guaranteed top 4 from here.
Oh, I definitely feel that exact same sentiment as well. Just take your time. Don't be inefficient with something, and you're going to get there. Like, the worst thing that can happen right now is blasting your resources away, missing on something, and then never being able to recover. So why take the risk at this point? You're so far ahead with life total. Let everyone else do the dirty work for you. Put together the strongest board that no one can overcome.
Going against the Ghost. Okay, so a lot of people have 4-star or 4-star. Yeah, they had 4 stars. I bet they'd be pretty happy. They had 4 cost 2 stars in the form of Garen and Twisted Fate and Viego. So whoever's board that they're going up against is quite fearsome. It is a built different board as well with Gash Giant Slayer. That's a really good setup. The 2 augments you generally want with built different in terms of support threats are Support Morgana and Support Pike. But we don't know exactly who it is. Taking a look, by the way, Juke U, another lobby, another Juke U charge for that top 4 finish, what it looks like to be with Gnar. So let's see what ends up happening on this carousel here as Garchomp probably is just looking for ways to outfit the top end. I'm looking at Janna with Shojin, does not get that. Probably ends up just taking something like Quicksilver. Quicksilver is a pretty underrated item late game. It might be really key to disarm, or rather make sure that you can't get disarmed by any kind of CC. And Garchomp's going exactly for it. So I like this pick a lot. I think a lot of people would gravitate towards straight up damage items, but I think items like Quicksilver are vastly underrated in the late game.
We're seeing a lot of 2-star stuff that's being impactful. You know, we've seen that Garen's been a big piece of a lot of the CC that's there. And if you don't want to take that big hit with a key unit, this is the unit. This is the item that stops it. You know, it's such a strong form of utility. But we're seeing it salvage bin as well. So maybe they've got bigger plans in mind for that also. On Jukyu's side here, Gnar just directly in the middle of the board. A Prankster Spatula as well to go along with that. I'm not going to lie. This looks pretty good. So I feel like the time frame it's taken to put this together was probably the detriment here for Jukyu.
Yeah, it looks like he probably bled a lot of HP and committed early. With Prankster Crest, that almost is a certainty. When you start off Prankster Crest, a lot of people want to hard force Gnar from that spot. So Jukyu able to just kind of get that Gnar 3 online, and he's not playing Morgana, therefore he does have the Last Whisper. That's a good shout. I think a lot of people, it goes the opposite way, right? Like people say like, okay, well, if Last Whisper is not good on Gnar, then I'll never build it. And that's not true. There's no such thing as always and never in TFT. So for the most part, Jukyu has gotten past that hump of awkwardness in the mid game, and now very much in contention to go for another top placement.
I mean, this is just getting absolutely insane from Jukyu's run. You know, already sitting at 23 points at the top of the tournament so far, and still a strong run that's going on. The other thing to shout out in this one, by the way, is we could have 7 players going into stage 6. Like, this is pretty unreal for this. This is incredibly rare to see this kind of circumstance take place.
That's right. So no matter what happens, there's going to be some people bitterly disappointed based on the matchmaking. Going up against Wage and Iverson. Wage and Iverson looks like he started off with Laser Core, but he's playing around Twisted Fate. So he's had to play the second variation. You often go for things like Twisted Fate if you aren't hitting your primary. Warwick does some pretty good items. Oh dear, no one's dealing with the Gnar. Is Wage going to be able to survive this? It does not look like to be the case. Oh my goodness. Wage and Iverson 7th place. Unlucky. Unless DPay's got him. DPay lasting this long kind of implies that he won't lose by much. Looks like DPay gets at least the top 5. And Juke, Garchomp, Kyvix, Kuramax, Deepay are all that remains of this top 5.
This is a pretty brutal 7th place for Wage Iverson in this one at 13 points coming into game number 4. So now you're adding 2 on top of that. So they are finding themselves very much in the bottom 2/3. It's going to look like after this one. Broccoli, not the best day for Broccoli right now. Was sitting at 5 points coming into this game, finishing at 6th place. It's not a big uptick in that one. You're still sitting in single digits when you're going into the last lobby of the tournament. Hats off to Broccoli. I think he's had a pretty strong run so far in the set, but I don't think had the time to prepare for this one how they would like to have prepared. So as we move on to this one, Juke now going to 9, and this is looking terrifying, I would say, for the rest of the lobby, because this is that time where you start 2-starring all of these hefty legendaries that you're going to be finding in this one. What do you think the ideal outcome here for Juke is?
Well, he wants to hit Nunu too. That's the big primary thing. And I think after that, it's just whatever else you can muster up. He has damage and healing. Sometimes you want tankiness. Shroud is also something as my eye is gravitating towards.
Permanent Shroud now.
Yeah, and at this point, he's just trying to make sure that he's getting items onto the board. He's going up against Garchomp, so right now, based off the outcome, it looks very much like it's going to be Juke versus Garchomp. I think Kurum's going to go for a patented bleed out into a 3rd place, unless Kyvix or Deepay are so strong that he's unable to actually preserve enough HP. Looks like Kyvix is out. Kurum takes a pretty big loss. Another solid top 4 from Kuramax. And Kurum is very much in position to play just for that day 2 advancing. But we have our top 4. Garchomp, Juke, Kuramax, and Deepay.
I just don't know how Kurum prints so many top 4s. It's just set after set after set after set. And then tournament after tournament after tournament. It feels like it's just in the registrar at this point, where it's like, oh yeah, he's going top 4. The question is can he get the 1st place in this one as we look around? Garchomp, meanwhile, this board... Wow, this board is getting pretty stacked. I do not want to face Garchomp right now.
It's pretty stacked, but I'm also going to be kind of honest. I feel like this board still looks quite weak relative to how we got to 9 with so much gold. So I'm actually curious what's happening here. It looks like he might be going for 3-star attempts with that duplicator. Oh, well, and then it doesn't seem like he's particularly that strong. He's not winning like overwhelmingly. He's not actually cutting through the front line of Deepay fast enough, so this Jin is still getting a lot of work done. Thankfully, Jin's Flourish is still just hitting units like the Syndra. So I think this might just be a sheer number advantage, because there's like 9v8 and Garchomp has a lot of legendaries. Able to get that win over Deepay, who honestly, I think Deepay is just happy he got to top 4 based off his HP and the position he got. Wow! He's able to squeeze out a top 3 because Juke just had so much stats on the board. Kuramax unable to get the kills.
The phony front line is holding up, I think, a ton of weight here, given that the entire front line is stacked with 2 damage dealers on your front line as well. Mordekaiser's nothing to scoff at. Fiddlesticks is nothing to scoff at. And the back line is still cranking a lot of damage. It is a raw number advantage, but that's part of, I feel like, what's scaring me about this right now. It's just, there's a champion duplicator sitting on the bench. Like, what do we intend to do with this right now?
I'm not sure, and I think right now Garchomp is more willing to use it on Lee Sin 3 than anything else, which I think would be kind of a waste given the current circumstance, but we'll see, as now we're going up against Juke versus Garchomp. Kind of fortunate that neither of them played each other, it seems like, during this entire fight, unless it happened off screen. But it looks like Nara is just generally struggling to get through the front line very quickly, so it'll be up to Nunu. Nunu does clean it up. And Garchomp's probably got some big problems to solve, because I don't think if he 2-stars his Mordekaiser that it answers anything. Oh, hold on a second. But if he gets a Mordekaiser off this, he's able to get 2 more Mordekaisers. He can go for 3-star. So we might see a 3-star Mordekaiser as the answer. Okay, well, that's one way to deal with gadget teams.
We saw the perspective from Juku's side, and they were spam clicking onto the Mordekaiser with a spatula. And honestly, that may be one of the most fearful outs that could take place. Finds a Mordekaiser and is like, nope, I am locking this.
That's correct. And he needs to find 1 more Mordekaiser. There's 10 legendaries in the pool. So if you have 2, that means that your opponent will only have 8. They can't get the 9th one. Unless Garchomp happens to have a duplicator, which he does.
My God.
Yeah, a little bit more TFT to go. Garchomp's at 41. If Juke ends up getting 2 wins, I believe Garchomp, as long as he takes average losses to still be alive, we're probably going to head to stage 7 this game.
There's some big rounds that are coming into place. Mordekaiser are getting some hits, but they're not significant just yet. Yeah, it looks like that's going to stay the case. This is looking like a really tough loss. That could be on the menu here for Garchomp.
Yeah, Garchomp is... So the one thing that I hope Garchomp doesn't do is feels like he has to commit to a 3-star legendary as his win condition. And I'll also say that if Garchomp gets to 9 with this much gold and goes second, that's going to feel really bad and potentially even tilt him. I'm assuming he probably has the mental fortitude to withstand it, but I know a handful of players would be kicking themselves to get to 9 with 80 HP and what feels like unlimited gold and still unable to close it out. It could be the salvage bin could be a little bit of a factor as well.
Oh my gosh.
And we see Garchomp right now going for something like that, where he's selling a bunch of his boards and rolling his gold. I want to see what's going on with Garchomp's board. Big transition, and all Juke does is swap 1 shroud position. Is that going to make the difference?
Well, there's a lot of work here for Garchomp to still do, too. This is a salvage bin that's coming into effect, so you're adding in a bunch of units. You spent a bunch of gold. All of your items are on your bench. Unconstructed. You're just slowly piecing these together. This is a brutal round when it comes to the timing.
Well, Mordekaiser does get a second cast, but Robo, I mean, this Gnar is just not going to be denied. There's no one on it. There's no single target DPS. And I think Garchomp is just going to lose this game unless he's able to figure it out. And I'm starting to think that Garchomp can't figure it out. I think that what he's really lacking more than anything is single target DPS to take out the Gnar. And right now he's kind of banking that he'll hit a 3-star legendary, but he's kind of far from both. He's got 6 Fiddlesticks and 6 Mordekaisers, but I'm gonna tell you right here, that still might not be enough.
Are we looking at a sell the board scenario here? I hate to bring it up because you rarely see this, but if that's the only way you're gonna win, that's the only way you're gonna win.
I think I'm with you there. I think if this is the plan that Garchomp has said, I'm going to try to go to 9 and roll for 3-star legendaries, he might have to sell this board. I don't think Power Grid is moving the needle. I don't think that these items are even useful. I'm actually just down to just straight up sell some of these units and put it like on Fiddlesticks 2 or Acel 2 or anything like that, because I don't think heart ramping is getting there most of the time. So we'll see. Garchomp is actually rolling during the PvE round. A lot of his actions kind of indicate that he's almost desperate and frantic, and he is selling his board. Here we go. Let's see if he's able to do it. 1 more Fiddlesticks. He's got to go faster. He's got to go faster. Mordekaiser, 1 more. 1 more of either. 1 more of either. Go, 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 go. Oh, no. Oh, dear.
Wow.
And there you have it. Garchomp went for it all. I respect the legendary play, but from here, Juke will not be denied. Game number 4 is going to end the same way this man started his competition. First, second, first. Juke is destroying day 1 of the North American Regional Finals.
Oh my god. It's like, it just reminds me of the Robin songs that hit Step 5, right? Like, it's just kind of incredible to see a player that has this level of consistency. And Juke has just been showing up in such a big way for every single game that we've been able to watch him. And so, Dan, if you had to kind of sum up the reason why Juke is maybe getting this much of an edge over his opponents, like, where do you feel like is the skill difference there?
So I just got a notification that I think Garchomp missed a Fiddlesticks. So the secret to Juke's success is that his opponents are missing Fiddlesticks 3. There you go.
No. Well, that's not good. I mean, I still have.
I mean, that's true. I think we might have missed it as well, but it might have been the process of him rolling down. But either way, the serious answer to that is that he's getting the lines today. The reality is Juke is in day 2 no matter what, and everything is falling his way. He hit Prankster Crest into Gnar. Almost every person in this field knows how to play that line, and he's hitting. The question is he going to be able to keep this momentum up? Because if he makes it to day 3, he has a really strong chance just to make it to the global championship on the virtue of his average placement. But he has to be able to deal with low rolls, because right now today he's unstoppable because he's getting the hits and he knows how to play them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you said it perfectly just a little bit ago, where it's like you have to be able to know how to play from ahead and be able to keep that advantage. But yeah, you never know what TFT can throw your way, and we're going to take a look at the scoreboards because we have wrapped up game number 4, and we only have 2 games left, but this is how the rest of the lobbies shook out there. We saw Lobby C as well as the back half of Lobby B there, but Lobby A as well. I feel like this is just kind of another victory lap, it feels like, admirable for players like Bossa Skills having a really great start to the day, Robin Songs now being a part of the conversation.
I mean, it's thinning out a lot when it comes to like the middle of the pack, but when it comes to the top and bottom, this is not close. It feels like it is just brutal from the top end of the lobbies to the bottom side of it. So Robyvan walking away with another first here. This is a really big deal where now he's finding himself in these positions where you're starting to take that step into the top third. Robyvan has had one 8th place today. They've had 1 5th place today. The rest are wins. So we still have 2 more games to go, but really the highlight for me just has to be Jukyu, and it has to be Dish Soap, where Dish Soap is now starting to take that big stride forward as well. Garchomp Pro, I think that seeing what happened in that last one, it's really tough to see it happen. But this is where a lot of my interest has been, is what's actually winning these lobbies. And to me, this is one of the big talking points, is that
why did we watch this lobby?
There's so much stuff happening every time you look at the wins across the board. There's so many different things available that has really been the shining point. It's that knowledge. Can you capitalize when the opportunity is in front of you?
Okay. Hacker Mech Wukong carry Necro. What happened there?
I don't know. You tell me, Dan. That's why you're the caster.
Okay. Well, he
Give me the details.
He collected 9 monkeys and he put them onto the horse, and he sent it to the back line, and then he won.
That you make it sound so easy. Oh my goodness. That's amazing though. Like, I don't know what kind of composition was getting cooked up over there in Lobby A, but that makes me really excited to see the overall standings as well, because we have Robyvan Kenob that's coming in from the Last Chance Qualifier and really kind of running away with, like, taking the inch and turning it into a mile. And you're right. Admirable. You talked about the gap in points that's really starting to happen there as you look from, like, what, 20 to 31? Yeah, it's not close.
It's the center of the pack is really, I think, where a lot of this talk is going to be as we come into these last 2 lobbies. It's like we're looking at 20 to 16 in the middle 8 players here, and then 4 players sitting at 15 points right behind that. Like, this is gonna come down to the final 2 lobbies to figure out who's getting cut off in these bottom 8 players right now. Again, it's been a completely different style of tournament where very often we're finding top 4 or bottom 4, and that's the end of it. You know, we're cutting large portions of the field. We're cutting 8 players today, we're cutting 8 players tomorrow. So the dynamic across every single day is going to come into effect. How should you be playing to find your placements in that one? That is a very interesting point, because a lot of players, frankly, they're not adjusting to that, because that's not how they build their play. How much time do you really have to practice playing for the top 2/3 of the lobbies? It's kind of a ridiculous thought in your head a lot of times.
It's going to take a lot for some of those players that are towards the bottom of the bubble there, but we still do have 2 more games. So we're going to take a short break, reseed the lobbies to get ready for those final 2. And when we come back, Game 5. Hi everyone, here with an update on the NA Regional Finals broadcast. We are dealing with a technical difficulty and we will be taking an extended break until that resolves. So hold tight and we'll be back as quickly as we can. See you soon. Hello everyone. Due to technical problems, we will be stopping competition early today and resuming tomorrow at our regularly scheduled time. We will be picking up from game number 5 with our 24 players and then cutting our bottom 8 players after game number 6. We will continue the competition from there as we regularly would. See you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific for a total of 8 games for the NA Regional Finals.